Local Government in Scotland Act 2003, the Provost has directed that this meeting will be conducted in such a manner as to allow remote attendance by elected members. In accordance with Section 50A of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973, the public are excluded from this meeting, as it is likely that if members of the public were present, there would be a real and substantial risk to public health due to infection or contamination with coronavirus. The meeting will be live streamed via the Council's website. If members wish to speak, physically raise their hands or indicate using the chat line facilities. I would ask members to otherwise refrain from using the chat facilities. And when an item is coming to a conclusion, then I'll be asking if everybody has an opportunity to speak before we close the debate. So I'm going to pass you on now to Mr. Moody, who will take the sederant. Thank you, Mr. Moody. Present.
Obviously, we can't hear Mr. Moody.
You can't hear Mr. Moody. Thank you.
Robert, can you hear me there?
I can hear you fine.
Fine, thanks.
Still can't hear you, Colin.
You can't hear Mr. Moody. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you okay, Provost, but I don't know whether your volume's turned down, Colin.
Mr. Perry then will carry on with the sederant.
Provost, Colin seems to be on mute.
No.
We're still not hearing you, Colin.
Maybe if he turns the volume up.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Perry, carry on with the sederant.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Present.
Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah.
Councillor Aitchison.
Yeah.
It's here. I can hear him.
Yeah. Councillor Alexander.
Present.
Councillor Balfour.
Present.
Councillor Binney.
Present.
Councillor Bissett.
Present.
Councillor Black.
Present.
Councillor Blackwood.
Present.
Councillor Bowes.
Present.
Councillor Coleman.
Present.
Councillor Colley.
Present.
Councillor Coombs.
Here.
Councillor Flynn.
Present.
Councillor Garner.
Here.
Councillor Goldie.
I'd assume.
Councillor Grant.
Present.
Councillor Harris.
Present.
Councillor Hughes.
Present.
Councillor Kerr.
Yep.
Councillor McHugh.
Present.
Councillor McCluckie.
Here.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Present.
Councillor Monroe.
Present.
Councillor Murtagh.
And shot.
Councillor Nicholl.
Present.
Councillor Nimmo.
Present.
Councillor Patrick.
Patrick gives his apologies, he's unable to attend today.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
And Councillor Spears.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. That takes us to item 2, which is the declaration of interest. And just for clarity, I'll read this out. Members should declare any financial and non-financial interests they have in any item of business at the meeting, identifying the relevant agenda item and the nature of the interest. Have we any declarations of interest at this time? Okay, thank you very much. That takes us to item 3 on your agenda. Item 3A is the minute of meeting of Falkirk Council held on the 24th of March 2021. It's pages 4 to 13. Have we any questions arising from that minute, or can we agree the minute?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Everybody agreed? Okay, thank you very much for that. That takes us to item 3B, which is your volume of minutes, volume 4, 2020-21. About any questions arising from the volume of the council minutes? Any questions? None? Can we agree the volume of minutes?
Agreed.
Sorry, Provost. I was trying to get in there. Is volume 4 the green book? The bulletin, volume 4.
Could you give us a page number, sir? Thank you.
Question page 14.
I think it's the bulletin David's talking about rather than volume of minutes.
So we're not talking about the bulletin at the moment.
No, we're only on the volume of the council minutes.
My apologies.
No problem. So we've no question from the volume of council and committee minutes, volume 4. Can we agree that?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. That takes us to item 3C, the information bulletin, volume 4, 2020-21. And I believe Councillor Grant had some questions. If you'd like to come in, sir.
Thank you, Provost. Could we turn to page 14, please? And I'd like to ask this one here about the tender strategy, Provost. That we've had a tender from Hugh Stirling of 139,56431, but because we're employing a consultancy of Hub East Central Scotland Limited, it then goes up to 172, which is £30,000 of an increase. Could that be possibly explained why we feel that we need to bring in a consultancy for this one?
Thank you. Bring Mr. Duff in on this. Mr. Duff.
I'm happy to give more detail on that, Provost. It relates to additional support that we've engaged from Hubco to assist with the design and project management of that contract. So we have available through the Hubco that project management capacity for delivery of projects like this. We have limitations with the capacity of the team at the present, given the other work that we're handling. And so the additional 33k of works has been incurred by the consultants, principally relating to architectural design. There was about 9,000 spent relating to that. Structural engineering support, 5,000, and mechanical and engineering design works, around £7,500. So these have been additional works, and then project management support from Hubco themselves. So that's the makeup of the costs.
Provost, can we go to page 16, please? And I'd like to ask once again, accordingly, 1.2, it says that accordingly a single tender was invited from the first rank consultant, which is a healthy building. Can I ask an officer why it's a single tender invite? Because I've asked this before. I don't see the specialising here that it's to do with Legionnaires control. We've had that many occasions in the council. So could somebody explain why it's a single tender?
Mr. Duff.
Yeah, that's down to the specialist nature of the work and the pressure that is around this sector just now. So it's been difficult to track down available consultants to do this work, and therefore we alighted on this company as an ideal mechanism to get the works underway. So it was on that basis that they were selected.
So is that the case, Mr. Duff? The reason the company had to come for Ireland because we couldn't get a local company?
we've checked out about availability of local companies, and there weren't companies that could fulfil the requirements of this contract. The prices were all benchmarked, so it's been arranged through benchmarking of prices with the framework that's been established for these types of works, and therefore that's been the basis of the appointment. Just in relation to local hiring, we are doing a session, a meet the buyer session at the end of this month, sorry, in June, which hopefully will encourage more local suppliers to engage with the council. But in this instance, we weren't able to identify local suppliers.
Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other questions from the information bulletin? Or can we agree the information bulletin?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay, thank you for that.
Provost, I've had my hand up for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Reid.
Okay, thank you, Provost. I understand the difficulties that you face in these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's page 10, Provost. It's the award of the contract for the protection of lone workers. I wonder if that extends to councillors when they return to surgeries.
Fine, we'll try and get an answer to that. Mr. Ritchie?
Yes, thank you, Provost. This is an area that we looked at before and we'll need to return to, so maybe that's something that we can pick up offline through member services with group leaders.
Okay, thank you, Provost.
Is that all, Councillor Reid?
Yes, thank you.
Apologies for not getting in at the beginning.
No,
Anybody else? Any questions in relation to the information bulletin? Any other members? No? Okay, thank you for that. That takes us now to item 4 on your agenda, the role and action log. It's pages 14 to 18 on your agenda, and I'll pass you over to Mr. Moody. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
I'm sorry, Provost, we're still having the same difficulties not being able to hear Mr. Moody.
If you give us a minute, we'll try and rectify the matter. If you just bear with us for a minute, we're trying to get the matter rectified. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost, and my apologies for that. There just appears to be a difficulty with the microphone on my laptop. Provost, we turn now to the rolling action log, which is for members' information. Where is an anticipated report and it hasn't yet appeared on the agenda, there is an explanation provided within the comments, and that principally relates to the report on the Council HQ and Arts Centre, but there is an explanation as to why that has not appeared on today's agenda. So otherwise it's for members' information and noting, Provost.
Have we any questions on the role and action log?
Provost.
Councillor Nimmo?
Yeah.
Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks very much, Provost. Just a question in relation to item 44. in relation to the equal pay situation. I note from the log that the last official update was given on the 25th of September 2019. I'm just wondering if we could get an update in relation to this. I'm aware that it might be a confidential matter, so I'd be quite happy for a pink paper to be circulated to members for an update. Thanks.
Mr. Ritchie, would you like to come in on this?
Yes, thank you, Provost. Councillor Nimmell's correct in all that he says. We've provided some updates to elected members offline in terms of progress on equal pay matters, but it is some time since members had a formal report before them to consider. It will be confidential in nature, so we'll aim to bring a report back to the council meeting in June on that matter.
Thanks, Provost.
Thank you. Have we any other questions in relation to the rolling action log? Any other questions? Can we agree?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Now, before we go on to the next, and which is the main reports of today's business, you will see with your papers that there has been a notice of motion put forward. A motion submitted in accordance with Standing Order 29 is set out below. The motion refers to the matter within the remit of the Executive or Education, Children and Young People's Executive. It will stand referred to the appropriate body without discussion unless the motion raises an issue with significant impact on the council area, which myself as a provost, having consulted with the leader of the council and the leaders of the main opposition groups, consider suitable for debate at council. So that's my decision. The issue is that the motion which was put forward by Councillor Bissett has asked if we can hold off debating this motion until the next meeting, which will be the last meeting, with the 24th of June. So as members agreed to hold and refer it to that next meeting.
Agreed.
Great.
Has everybody agreed to that one?
Yeah.
Okay then, thank you very much for that. That takes us to item 5 today on your agenda, referral from the Executive Treasury Management Strategy. It's pages 19 to 46 on your agenda, and the report is by Mr. Smale.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning. Members will see from the cover report that April Executive considered and referred the 21-22 Treasury Strategy to Council, comprising borrowing strategy, investment strategy, and the Treasury indicators. Provost, I wasn't proposing to go through the detailed report attached, unless, of course, members so wish, but we'd be happy to clarify any points members may have and address any questions raised. Thank you, Provost.
We'll go to Councillor Meiklejohn now, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Like Mr. Smale, I don't intend to say too much. This has been in front of the Executive. It underwent a fairly robust scrutiny with lots of questions being asked by members at that particular meeting. The strategy is clearly aligned to the Council's priorities and gives us a pathway through in order to ensure that we are diligent in managing our spending going forward. That there have been no issues particularly raised with the strategy. So I'm happy to move the recommendations as in section 2.
Thank you. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. I'll keep mine quite short and formally second the Leader of the Council.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll go now to Councillor Bissett, Leader of the Labour Group.
No issues with this, Provost. I've just got a question for Mr. Smale on pension funds. Are we still trying to divest investment in fossil fuels in the pension fund? Are we trying to move away from that? I'm happy to agree to the recommendations.
Mr. Smale, would you like to come back on that question?
Yes, pension funds, environment, carbon, big issue, very topical, and certain members will know just how topical that is. The heart of this issue is the matter of divestment, with certain pressure groups vocally and vigorously calling for pension funds to divest from such companies. Most pension funds, including our own, counter-argue that that's not the most effective way of dealing with the matter. All you do is sell your shares on to other buyers who in all probability have a lower propensity to take the matter seriously. So the stance of our fund and most funds is active engagement, which we do with the management of those companies to take them, encourage them to take a path consistent with the Paris Accord. We do, and explicitly so do in our statement of investment principles, accommodate the right to divest if we believe that having made such representations, the relevant company isn't taking them seriously. So it's the final course of action. But this, from the pension fund perspective, is not a straightforward matter. There are all sorts of issues that need to be understood, including the legal responsibility of the fund. So I'll stop there, Provost, without going into any more detail.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Smale.
Councillor Reid, I believe you've got your hand up, sir.
Yes, thank you, Provost. It's a question on page 31, Provost. And it's concerning the limits to borrowing activity. I think the words debt and Scotsman, or Scotswomen for that matter, don't sit too well together. We're not inclined to borrow if we can avoid it as individuals. But of course, our borrowing rises by about 50% over the next 5 years. I like everybody else, voted for that, but I still feel an element of discomfort and constantly look for reassurance from Mr. Smale that we're not biting off more than we can chew. So I'm doing so again, Provost.
Thank you, Mr. Smale. Would you like to come in on this one?
Ever a borrower or lender be. Wise words indeed. I think the rise in debt very much reflects the scale of the capital programmes, both HRA and General Fund, which, as Councillor Reid has noted, members have recently approved. The various Treasury indicators are designed to ensure that the level of borrowing we undertake remains within the bounds of prudence, which means it's affordable and sustainable, as well as being prudent. Those are the three sub-categories that are in play. So as long as we can repay the debt, that's the key determinant. And of course, the flip side of debt is the assets that debt has provided: new council housing, extensions to schools, new schools, work on roads, etc., across the spectrum of council services. So I think we need to both, on the one hand, retain that sense of its investment, which improves service delivery and has benefits for the communities that we serve. But quite rightly so, we always need to keep a vigilant eye on the level of debt and ensure that we don't overstretch ourselves. And I can give you assurance, reinforced by those Treasury indicators, that we are comfortably within those parameters. And I think maybe just to round off, Provost, members may recall at a previous meeting, perhaps a year or so ago, we recognise on the back of comparative statistics that Falkirk sat towards the lower end relative to other councils of our level of borrowing. So in those terms, those relative terms, we certainly had headroom. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Yes, I think Falkirk's quite used to being near the bottom, Provost, of leaks these days. But thanks, Mr. Smale, and thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Kerr, leader of the Conservative Group.
Thanks, Provost. Quite happy with the report. Thank Mr. Smale and his team.
Okay. Now, is there anybody else, because obviously you know that we've sometimes got problems viewing everybody, is there anybody else, this is an opportunity, anybody else would like to come in this item? Are we agreeing the recommendation contained in the motion put forward by the leader?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed? Everybody
Agreed.
Okay, thank you very much. That takes us to item 6 on your agenda this morning. Falkirk Council's 5-year business plan 2021-22, 2025-26. The report is by our Chief Executive. It's pages 2 to 18, and the Chief Executive will summarise the report and the recommendations contained within. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning to all. And my apologies that this report needed to be issued as a supplementary agenda. The purpose of the report is to seek approval of the next iteration of the Council's business plan. This is a framework for future decision making, so members are not being asked to agree any specific budget savings or proposals in considering this report. And I think there's perhaps been some uncertainty about that, so I just wanted to emphasise that point right at the outset today. In September of last year, we brought forward a 3-year business plan alongside the Council's new corporate plan. And in line with the undertaking subsequently given in the budget report, today's report provides a further update for members. And the report acknowledges that current financial uncertainties do make it challenging to prepare an absolutely robust financial model as a result of COVID-19 and its aftermath. But so, for example, it's difficult to forecast what our core Scottish Government grant will be, what additional COVID funds may come forward, and what use, if any, can be made of fiscal flexibilities as we move forward. And clearly, these are all influential in terms of the future financial position of the Council. What that very clearly is not is a reason for inaction, because members are very aware, I think, of the scale of the challenges in terms of the public finances. There is a very clear need to have a robust approach to transformation and savings in place to ensure that the Council can deal with the challenges which lie ahead in terms of financial sustainability and indeed in line with best value expectations. So the new business plan framework is set out at Appendix 1, and I will return to that briefly. But what I really wanted to emphasise is perhaps the key message of this report is that unless the Council is focused on delivering a robust and effective transformation programme with associated service improvements and financial savings, then there is a significant risk that future financial gaps will need to be met largely or entirely through service budget reductions, with consequential impacts for services and for communities. And I'm quite sure that none of us would regard that as an acceptable approach. And so since the previous business plan report, our focus has been on strengthening the Council of the Future programme and the priority projects that sit within it. So we have undertaken work with an external partner to really power up our efforts in relation to delivering sustainable and ambitious project plans and benefits for all of the projects within the Council of the Future programme. And this work really is essential as we move forward. So we've tightened up project management practices. We've got clear project workbooks and proposals for each of the priority projects. So we have a clear trajectory of how the Council can transform over the coming 5 years with the associated actions and milestones and savings. And applying this rigour has resulted in a refreshed change programme and a reset of these priority projects. And what that does, it gives us greater confidence about the deliverability of these projects and the projected savings. And as the report sets out, we will bring forward reports throughout the year on these change priority projects, seeking early elected member agreement to progress service transformation and to deliver the consequential savings that flow from that. So these reports will be coming forward over the next number of months, so that it's separate from the budget process, we can take these important decisions about improvement and transformation in the Council. We've also, as is noted in the report, we've had a series of member seminars on the Council of the Future programme. I think we've had 5 of these now since January, including one yesterday on the transformation of roads and grounds. And these are really important opportunities for all elected members to build their shared knowledge and understanding of the key projects and what they entail in advance of these reports on each of them coming forward in due course. The Council of the Future Change programme comprises 21 projects. The 10 priority projects are the same 10 which were approved back in September, and we have outline of these projects set out at Appendix 2 to the report. The covering report also sets out the investment in delivering transformation following the decisions taken by the Council at the March budget meeting. And clearly these investments are absolutely critical to the success of the programme. And the third appendix to the report, Provost, sets out the governance arrangements, and the Council of the Future Board remains a central element of that, and member engagement in that remains exceptionally important. Provost, before I turn to recommendations, can I just spend a minute or two on the first appendix and the medium-term financial plan table, which is set out within that. This was the topic of some discussion when we had a seminar with members last week. I just wanted to clarify what that sets out. So what we've done is we've shown the estimated budget gaps on the basis of the best information we have at this time. And in terms of bridging the gaps, we've identified the potential savings from the transformation programme under the headings of community, enterprise and innovation, following the detailed work we've carried out in recent months, which I referred to. We've set out what are termed business as usual savings. Some of these have been previously identified and shared with members. Some of them are new, and we set out the ZBB targets because clearly the Council took a decision to go forward on ZBB, and that is a critical part of bridging future financial gaps. What I would say is that all the other figures for 22-23 and beyond are indicative at this stage, and for 22-23 itself, we've broken down the residual gap in relation to the scale of the different services, and that's simply to illustrate the scale of the challenge ahead and to emphasise the need to go ahead with the transformation of services. So again, I'd emphasise that by approving the business plan, you are not taking any decisions in relation to that table, because those decisions will be brought forward either as part of the transformation programme and the reports I previously referred to, or as part of the budget process. So, Provost, just to turn to the recommendations, the Council's asked to agree the 5-year business plan as a framework through which the Council will deliver its corporate plan priorities, the financial plan and the transformation programme. To note that separate reports will be submitted to elected members on the individual Council of the Future projects, and to note that the business plan, regular business plan updates will be provided to the Council. And along with colleagues, Provost, I'm happy to take any questions that may arise from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that report. I'll go straight to the Council Leader, Councillor Meikle-John. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost, and my thanks to Kenneth and all the senior officers who've supported the development of the business plan. I think it is quite a clear and concise report, and it's very helpful by way of explaining things in a way that is easily understandable. Not reflecting on elected members, but perhaps more of our public who may well look to take a wee bit more detail on that. As Kenneth said, this is a follow-up report from September last year, and at that time we reviewed our corporate plan and through public consultation and our priorities in the light of COVID. And taking into account the very fluid climate, both in material terms and financial terms, a 3-year business plan focused on those priorities was produced based on the best information we had at that time. But our priorities are not changed. There is a need to look to plan for the longer term, although recognising that further out the plan goes, the less detailed it will be. It is, however, a dynamic document, and that will change and evolve over time, taking into account the changes and the challenges that come forward. Financial uncertainties still remain and are likely to be around for some time, with all levels of government finances pressured as a result of the investment required to deal with the acute phase in the recovery programme of the pandemic. Our main source of income is from the Scottish Government Revenue Grant, and we don't know what further COVID-specific funding may come. Scottish Government are constrained and have to rely on Scottish grant from Westminster and the Barnett consequentials. We've already seen how effective the Scottish Government's been able to be in areas where they have devolved responsibility in managing the pandemic differently, and will continue to do so. But so much more could be done and more effective with all the financial levers that comes with being able to run our own country. However, what we do know is local government, along with health and social care, have been front and centre in delivering the response to the pandemic, and will continue to be under pressure as we manage the recovery process. But will continue to need resources appropriate to do that effectively and deliver business as usual services as well as the recovery aspects. With the beginning of a new parliament, it would be a good time to reset the relationship with local government. And it's good to see some of our local government colleagues having been elected to the Scottish Parliament, and we need to support them to ensure that all our MSPs, of whatever political colour they may be, recognise the depth and the breadth that local government covers and the outcomes that we can affect. One of the early conversations that needs to be had is around the use of fiscal flexibilities and the difference that could make in our recovery programme and beyond. While those conversations are important and will be ongoing, recognising that whatever the outcome, we still need to plan for the financial stability of the Council while meeting the needs of our communities and the most vulnerable in particular. What we have before us is a framework that reflects our corporate plan priorities, focusing on the best use of resources to enable the Council's recovery from the pandemic, supporting our communities and businesses and the current emerging challenges. Over the last 18 months, we've seen changes in how the Council operates, proactively empowered and more joined up than it has been before. Not just internally, but with public statutory partners, private business, third sector and voluntary sector, enabling a more dynamic approach. We must look to maintain that going forward, and the key to doing that is within our transformation programme, which will support service improvements and financial savings. There are real risks if we don't transform, with savings having to be made through service reductions, which none of us want. It will have a direct impact on our communities, and as a council, we have been a wee bit slow in taking forward that transformational change, making it even more critical we do so now and ensuring that is aligned to the Council's priorities. Transformation programme is only one tool that is currently available to us, with 30% of the savings having been identified towards a medium-term financial plan. More work will require to be done, particularly in years 4 and 5 of the plan, and further savings will then be able to evolve from that. But at the moment, we have a suite of 10 priority projects. All elected members have an opportunity to be briefed on them, with regular updates to the executive. There was an allocation of £1 million of investment approved at the budget to support the transformation programme in order to maximise the impact and support the medium-term financial plan. And it's important that there is a commitment by members to take that forward. Zero-based budgeting is another tool to assist. However, it is resource intensive to set up, and it is not a panacea, as there are areas and aspects of the council's business that will be difficult to implement zero-based budgeting, as they're very much person-centred and needs-led. However, in other areas, it will indeed assist in helping identify further savings. The consultation and discussions that we've had through our community conversations need to continue, and we need to be very open and honest with our communities, as we're starting to see some real benefits from those conversations, and that engagement will help us again plan for the future about what's important within our communities. Engagement with the trade unions has been very positive and enables the workforce plans to be delivered with the trade unions sitting at the table, and this will help again with our transformational plans, and will really make a difference in engaging with our workforce and getting that feedback. To date, it has been very positive, and I hope that that is able to continue. While we remain in uncertain financial times, we must continue to plan for the future based on what we do know and continue constructive conversations with government. It's easy to push responsibility elsewhere, but in doing that, we abdicate our own responsibilities, one which every member of this council has to work collectively for the people whom we represent. When we went out to consultation on our priorities to our communities, they said that they didn't expect us to be perfect, but they wanted us to be honest and to get on with things. That's what we now must do. We have a framework for the 5-year business plan before us. It will change and adapt over time, but given that the clear framework in which to work within, supported by our medium-term financial plan and transformational programme, I believe that that's the best way forward for this council. I move the recommendations as per section 2.1 of the report. Thank you, Provost.
Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Provost. Firstly, can I thank Kenneth for what is a plain English and a very no-nonsense report. It's a very good report and relatively easy to read. I'm glad that what I've looked at is very much on the similar lines. There has been no collusion between Kenneth and I, so there's a couple of parts that I picked up here that will be very similar. But I will try to keep it to a nice sharp format. We're financially in uncertain times moving forward, and hopefully at the recovery stage of this pandemic. We are not making, as Ken has already said, we are not making budgetary decisions today. So these are just points that I've taken out of this. The framework includes the already agreed plans in the medium-term financial plan, Council of the Future programme, the workforce plan, business as usual, and recovery plans. Over the next 5 years, we will spend £2.9 billion on services for the people of Falkirk. Yes, there will be, as is shown in Brian's table, there will be a shortfall in that. However, 30% of that shortfall is anticipated to come from the transformation of this council via Council of the Future. The plan aligns with the agreed priorities, communities, enterprise, innovation, and all this was taken from the conversations with our communities. And I think that's very important that we are actually listening to them. The later figures in the budget gap, in their nature, and picking up the exact same word as Kenneth, are purely indicative, because you're trying to horizon scan on them, and that is something which I think we need to do more and more every year. At this time, that's difficult, obviously, with the current pandemic. Extensive communication has been had with our communities. Council of the Future projects have been refreshed and communicated with the elected members and will continue to do so. I agree that ZBB is an important tool and is going forward, and it is estimated, and notice the word estimated, to return 1.7 million savings per annum from 22-23. And we have obviously engaged specialist knowledge to that end to make that happen. I therefore am happy to second the Leader of the Council, and the reason for this is clearly set out in paragraph 4.1, which the Chief Executive and the Leader of the Council have already alluded to, so therefore I won't repeat it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your contribution. I'll go to Councillor Bissett.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, certainly, as Mr. Laurie says, we need a robust and effective plan. I thought that's what the 3-year business plan was. So the ink is hardly dry on the 3-year business plan, and here we're coming up with a 5-year plan. And Councillor Bouse says we're going to spend 2.9 billion over the next 5 years. I just wonder what that figure was 5 years ago. So we already have a 3-year business plan in place, debated on and agreed by Council on the 30th of September last year. It was drawn up to meet the uncertainties of the pandemic. These uncertainties are still very much with us. Therefore, we see no need to bring forward another plan at this stage. Constitutional uncertainties are also there to be factored in, and that's a significant worry for many people across the country. We also recognise that this business plan framework is a work in progress, but is a framework which means a credible, tangible business plan is not there yet. What we do need to see from the existing plan is a tangible roadmap and a committed timeline for projects. Projects need to be detailed. For example, Succeed Today, Excel Tomorrow. What is the detailed plan? That project's been going for quite some time, yet we have no detail on it. Zero-based budgeting, which was a Labour initiative introduced at the budget last February 2020. Here we are 15 months down the line, and what have we done on that? What resources do we have in place to bring forward tangible projects to ensure we have credible and realistic targets for zero-based budgeting? And if transformation is so important, why is the Council of the Future only contributing 30% of savings? Why is that figure not higher? Where is the detail on the priority projects? If they are so important, we need to see the business case supporting each. What are they going to deliver? When will they deliver? And what savings will they deliver? These are some concerns of the existing 3-year plan. And as I said earlier, there's also the constitutional uncertainty to factor in. So with that in mind, I shall read Labour's motion. Council agrees that due to the continued uncertainties caused by COVID-19, Scottish Government funding and the constitutional instability, the 3-year business plan approved in September 2020 should remain in place until such time as there is more clarity around the economic impact of the pandemic on local government. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Have you got a seconder for your amendment?
Councillor Coombs.
Provost.
Yep.
Happy to second it. And just before I formally second the Councillor Bissett, and before anybody else does it, Councillor Bissett, when he said about ZBB being a Labour initiative in February 20, it was in fact in the budget that was passed in February 2019, just to save anybody jumping up and down. But on this report, Provost, as Robert has alluded to, it is a 3-year business plan, and it was passed in 30th of September. And I didn't support it then. I said then it was never going to last 3 years. However, I didn't think that the administration would be ripping up their plan after just 7 months to propose something that George Orwell might aptly call doublespeak. Unlike Councillor Meiklejohn and Councillor Bouse, who seem to think that this is a clear report, but then they both went on to speak about all the uncertainties as to why we can't fulfill a 5-year business plan. As I said, it's doublespeak. I'll give you a prime example of this. On page 11 on the medium-term financial plan, I was saddened to read that and this is a quote, by 2025-26, we estimate that increasing levels of poverty and continued deprivation in some areas will have a significant impact on individuals, families and communities. I note that none of the previous speaker chose to highlight these types of comments. But then on the following page, the place to be tells us that everyone has an equal chance to be healthier, happier, safer, and build sustainable communities. I fail to see how both these statements can be true. But then again, this report is full of contradictory statements. Initially, we get the sales pitch. Wow, look how much money we're spending to make things wonderful and fabulous for Falkirk. But then when you look at the small print, you actually get to see the truth. The reality is this plan is to cut another £70 million from the budget of this council over the next 5 years, according to the budget gap statement. Now, again, I hear comments saying, you know, well, that's an if and a maybe and a but that's what's on the report and that's what we have to go on here. Item 3.2 refers to the 3-year business plan that we just approved in September, stating, then as now, the financial uncertainty caused by COVID-19 makes it very difficult to prepare a robust financial model. Financial uncertainty at an international and national level have a consequential impact on the Council's ability to meaningfully project what our financial situation may be. Perhaps, Provost, we should have lifted that direct quote from that report to support our amendment, because it sets out the very reasons why Council should not be supporting another new 5-year business plan. The report goes on at 3.3, 3.4 and 3.5 to further detail the difficulties in setting a new business plan at this time. But then at 3.6, we come to the real reason for this 5-year business plan. 3.6 is where we find the however. However, we have to supersede the 7-month-old 3-year plan with this nice shiny new one to get us, and again I quote, in line with best value expectations. Now, I completely understand that for the administration and for officers, it is indeed important to get in line with best value expectations. However, that's not one of my priorities. My priority is to look out for my constituents, and to do that, I need to be honest with them about why there's less money and why we're providing less services. To get best value for the people of Falkirk, the Scottish Government needs to start funding us properly. Cuts to council means cuts to communities, and this is a political choice, not an economic necessity. I hope the best value auditors are watching this meeting, because I've got a message for them. I was elected to enhance local services, and I will not be tugging my forelock to SNP enforcers from Edinburgh. Finally, Provost, in seconding this amendment, what we are proposing is that Council follows the new vision and set of priorities the business plan gives us. This is, after all, how the 3-year plan is described in item 3.2 of this report. Or is that just another example of doublespeak? Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, there's been an opportunity for the Mr. Perry is going to put the amendment on the screen, and I think it would be advisable if we take at this stage a 15-minute break. That will allow a comfort break and an opportunity for groups to discuss both the recommendations and the amendment. Could I go to Councillor Kerr just at this stage before we break? Councillor Kerr, have you got any further amendments?
No further amendments at this stage, Provost.
Okay, and you'll get an opportunity like everybody else to speak during the debate.
Thank you.
So what time is it just now, Mr. Moody? It's nearly 11 o'clock. We'll have an opportunity to come back here at 11:15. Okay, thank you, everybody.
You're looking very lonely sitting there, Provost.
I've got one or two colleagues beside us, Councillor Reid. If you just give us a couple of minutes, there's one or two still to come back. Thank you. Okay, everybody, we'll reconvene the meeting. Thank you very much for your consideration. I'm going to go straight back to the leader, Councillor Meiklejohn, in relation to the opportunity to discuss the amendment with your colleagues. Have you anything to add at this stage?
Provost, I've got a number of questions I would quite like to ask the Chief Executive.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kenneth, can you maybe clarify a wee bit of what the 3-year plan and the 5-year plan, what's different around those particular plans, and why there is a need to look at the longer term?
Thank you, Mr. Laurie.
Thank you, Provost. When we brought forward the 3-year plan in September, that report spoke about the fact that we would bring regular updates to the council, and indeed it stated our intention to move back to having a 5-year horizon on the business plan. So, and you know, there are uncertainties, and these are acknowledged in the report. But for all of the uncertainties, I think it's really important that we're looking forward over that kind of time frame, because as members can see from the report, the transformation programme which we've been working on, most of the savings from that fall prior to the last 2 years of the business plan. So there is going to be a need to develop additional transformational projects and take these forward over the period. So I think it's really important that we have that longer time horizon in order that members can have a full appreciation of the likely scale of the challenges ahead, albeit that there are not insignificant uncertainties which remain at this stage. I suppose that the other thing in relation to the change from what you saw in September, and it's perhaps been less change than we might have anticipated. It's very much about continuity, but there's perhaps been less change than we might have anticipated because of the impact of the second wave of the pandemic on the council and the work that we do. But what we have done is that really detailed work on the priority projects so that they have that greater robustness, and we can have that greater confidence about the improvements and the savings that they can offer. Though obviously these are all subject to individual member decision. They'll come forward to future council meetings as indeed we'd set out at September. So it's very much continuity. The two changes really are the 5-year projection, which I think is appropriate. So we need to be looking out at that sort of timescale, and also the very detailed work which has taken place on the priority projects.
Thank you, Kenneth. Also just wanted to confirm that at the budget, the motion there was an agreement to bring forward a further report. Is that correct?
I mean, yes, of the recommendations approved at the budget, the last of these was specifically to request an update on the business plan to the May Council.
And in relation to the 10 priority projects, the proposal is that these would be brought forward and they would be given detail. Now, all of those have already been discussed at the Council of the Future Board, which is an all-party. Is that correct?
They have all been discussed, depending on their state of progress to a greater or lesser degree. There have been a number of reports that have been brought forward to council on these, or to the executive, for example, in relation to Connected Falkirk, for example, part of STEP most recently. And the 10 priority projects are the same ones as were, of course, in the September report.
And I'm correct in saying there's been a series of all-member briefings as well on all of those projects.
That was also a commitment of the September report, and thus far we've covered 5 of the 10 projects in these briefings.
And my final question is around the implementation of ZBB. I'm correct in saying that we discussed that at length through the all-party budget working group, and that we also, throughout the discussions around the budget this year, were kept up to date with the progress on that, and the reasons for not being able to implement that being around resource intensity and the need to gain some expertise, which we have done. I don't know whether yourself or Mr. Smale want to say a wee bit more on that.
Well, if I can come in first, at any rate, Provost, there were updates to the budget working group, and I couldn't quote the precise dates of these, but there were updates, and I think that ZBB is something which does require some resourcing if it's going to be driven forward with the kind of impact that we are seeking. So in the coming year, we're targeting savings in the region of 1.7 million from the education and transport projects, which we've, and again, this has been through the budget working group, would be the initial focus of ZBB. So you'll see in paragraph 413 of today's report that as part of the investment fund of 1 million, which the council agreed at the March budget meeting, that we are bringing in resource to support that ZBB work. And Brian might be able to say a little bit more about where we are in relation to that.
Brian?
Thanks, Provost. As the Chief Executive has indicated, these are major pieces of work. By their nature, they're taking an area and looking at it in fundamental terms. Of course, as was mentioned earlier in the meeting, members agreed at the budget meeting before last that this would be progressed, and work was well advanced to that end. But of course, that nasty thing called COVID kicked in and very much interrupted plans. So members will be aware there are two initial projects that have been agreed, one focused on transport and the other on the secondary school part of children's services, and project teams are being set up and resources in the process of being recruited. You'll see from the appendix that there's a rolling programme, and I think that fairly reflects the view of members when this was initiated, that this wasn't just a one-off, one-year exercise, that in time the exercise, the ZBB exercise, would work its way through the council. And I think as part of this process, beyond the two already identified, transport and children's services, options will come before members for members to choose which areas they want the exercise to focus on next. So it is very much work in progress, and as is evident from the figures quoted in the gap statement, expected to be a significant and integral part of the work to manage the budget gaps that we're estimating. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Provost, I've got one final question for the Chief Executive. What's the impact of not looking at that longer term planning?
Well, I think that the impact is perhaps not so much an immediate practical one, but more about perhaps the message that gives. I mean, we have, through the September Council agreement to proceed with the key transformation projects, and we've done, as I say, a lot of work to make these more robust, but we do now need to start planning for how that transformational work extends beyond 23-24, because the transformational savings are relatively limited in these years, and I'd like to think that the council would want to endorse that, robust, forward-looking approach to putting transformation savings first and foremost beyond service reductions or other perhaps more difficult savings to get over the line. So for me, it's about the council supporting that that ambitious program, and I think it's very possible both to be open and realistic about the scale of the challenges that we face, because they are undoubtedly very substantial, but nonetheless ambitious and forward-looking about how best we can deal with these challenges in order to minimize any negative impacts that it might have on our communities, and indeed maximize the opportunities to make a positive difference.
Thank you, Provost. Having heard what the Chief Exec has said, and for Councillor Brian Smale has said, we will be continue to move the report unamended, as we feel that that is right and is a more prudent way of managing our business planning going forward. And I'll leave the rest of my comments for the summing up.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, we'll now enter into debate. Could I say before we do that, that everybody has an opportunity to come forward with their own opinions. Please, everybody, respect that and we discuss what's in front of us. So I'm going to open up for debate. What I'll try and do is I'll try and take somebody from each group as the hands go up. Councillor McCluskey.
Right, thanks, Provost, for letting me in. Before I speak, Provost, it would be unfair of me or not proper that during Mental Health Awareness Week, if I didn't go and mention something about that. A lot of people out there suffering for obviously COVID, and the people that's tried to work through COVID, the nurses, and being locked up in that. So I hope we've got a bit of tolerance for the people who are suffering out there, depression, stress, anxiety, panic attacks, and whatever. Many people are affected by many of these things through work-related things or lack of work, bereavement, or a whole host of things. And there's also an awful lot of people out there struggling. Some get to the strength of looking to take their lives through addictions, which is once again a compulsive disorder that people are born with. And if they do one thing that it leads to another, they can't help themselves. And sometimes it's the families and people around them that are affected with that. So I would just mention that before I move on. And I hope that gives me a bit of tolerance as well when I go to speak, Provost, because I suffer for many of the things, as people know, and I've just got to accept it. The next thing I was talking about is this 5-year plan. I could ask a question and say what's the difference of a 10-year plan and a 3-year plan. Well, I'll answer 7-year. So as I says, I'll save answering that question. We are right to be concerned about the moving to a 5-year plan. We've said it got some very important things to deal with, and they can't wait 5 years. They've got to be addressed now. We can't tackle climate change emergency. We're told that the government, we've put some money by, and money will need to go every year into that. But we're not getting told what the government is going to give us for a couple of years, and it can't work unless that money comes. So there's uncertainty about that. The leader of the council mentions uncertainty over, as I say, the constitutional issue. We didn't ken if they're going to be rebuilding Hadrian's Wall down there, for a border or whatever, and how we're going to go and survive with that issue, but we ken it's going to be in front of us. And then the community conversations that are going to be so much important to our council of the future. The reality is I represent 14 villages, and the vast majority of them haven't took part yet. And so I'm concerned. What we did here was an extensive survey, a questionnaire was put out previously, and people wanted their facilities, and we'll go into that more in the next item. But as I say, people want things local. Now, when we're talking about council of the future, we only heard an update yesterday, for example, where we're told that if people need to help, council can't do these things forever. And we're going to give the old pensioner a snow shovel because to go there and that. But the community didn't ken that yet because members only got a briefing yesterday. So we need to make aware of that. And what's the 3-year or 5-year plan? Do we learn that we drive the snowplough or the full grip bins or that? We're also going to give them tools for gardening. We're also, looking at give them tools for picking up litter. But these are people that the people need to be aware that if that's what the council's intention is, in their 5-year plan. People need to be aware that their council tax, where their council tax is being used, and do they think that's proper? So there's a lot of discussions and a lot of uncertainty, and I feel that we can't wait 5 years. We've passed the 3 year. We need to get the show road, and we need to get decisions moving. Once again, it's the next item as well, but we've been 6 years. We mentioned doing work in some small community halls, and 6 years later, you know, most of the small halls are still ours. You know, things didn't move forward at all. Save budget, save money. A person that's a far better councillor than me, and far more ability, Councillor Alexander, you know, I've always got to praise him for this certain work. But he used to say when we run the administration, his role as opposition was scrutiny, to hold the administration to account, and he certainly done that. And quite rightly, because that was the role for it, and you get better government for it. What's happening under the term this time, and is the administration's not coming forward with, and what we've got here again is the same as everything that comes forward, like the SPR, this 5-year plan, everything. It's a
Sorry to interrupt you, Councillor McCluckie. You're over your 4 minutes. I'll give you another minute.
Wait a minute, thanks. As I say, it's the officers that are taking the responsibility, coming forward with things. Officers make recommendations, we have to make decisions. What is the administration's views on SPA? What are they on with their business plan? What is their views? All we've heard today was the first time they've led in, and it's mentioned in the Constitution. You know that once they get more powers, next year we're going to be putting more money into health. There's not going to be more money for the council. We've seen that in the plans, but we need to find out, has the leader of the council wrote to the Scottish Government demanding more money for these things like climate change and forward budgets and these issues? When was the last time she wrote and demanded that we need that to run a council?
Could you wind up, Councillor McCluckie? Thank you.
I'm leaving it at that, Councillor Provost, and thanks very much.
No, thank you for your contribution. I know that it's such an issue that so many people will want to come in. So whose hands up next? Councillor Alexander. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can I reassure John with regards to the lobbying that takes place, that has been led in the main by the leader of Falkirk Council? You perhaps don't see it, but I can assure you she's never off the phone to various officials and ministers. Also in her role as deputy leader of the SNP group within Oslo, she's at the centre of the negotiations. So I think we can rest assured that that's a situation that will continue. With regards to the report, I'd like to ask the Chief Executive, is there anything in the 3-year report that won't be in the 5-year plan?
Thank you, Provost. No, there's nothing that was in the 3-year report which has been taken out of the report you see today. It's a development of the previous report as which is what we undertook to bring forward. There's nothing that's been removed or taken out of the report.
Thank you. For me, that's crucial, because what we can't afford is some of the programmes, for example, some of the programmes that John McCluckie raised in the 3-year plan. What we cannot afford is to lose these through time, and the manner in which the council wants to move to a 5-year plan, I think is a sensible thing to do in terms of the reality of the big project delivery, and that's why we need to move to a 5-year plan. We've heard from the Chief Executive, and we've heard from the Brian Smale that there's nothing sinister in terms of the proposals. There's nothing that is detrimental to the authority by the development of a 5-year plan. And it seems to me that what Labour's motion or amendment actually does is curtail the ability of not just this administration but any future administrations of the ability to introduce that flexibility that we need as a local authority, and is to take advantage of situations as they arise, conditions as they arise. So I'm reasonably content with the explanation that's been given. Finally, it might be satisfying to give Audit Scotland a kick in every so often, but it doesn't produce anything that's constructive for this authority. And to describe Audit Scotland as SNP enforcers, I think it really is beyond comprehension. The fact is, Audit Scotland fulfil a reasonable function within our system of government, and well, I think I've said about that. The better. Thanks very much, Provost. I certainly hope that we'll see continuation of this to the conclusion that has been made very, very clear this morning.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Alexander, for your input. I'm looking for the other side. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Provost. Our group looked at both the motion and the amendment, and as a group we understand what our communities want and what they require, but hard facts is in the last few years there's been a reduction in funding for local authorities, which has a detrimental effect on services. We do receive the Barnett consequentials that come forward for the UK government, and these could be shared amongst local authorities as they are not ring-fenced, but they don't. In the amendment by the Labour group, and mentioned a couple of times by elected members, the constitutional issue is something that's not going to go away in the next 5 years. Who knows what will happen in the next 5 years? Who knows what kind of country we'll have in the next 5 years? We're not even through the other end of the pandemic yet, Provost. And we're still to face what it will look like after the furlough scheme stops. How do we know what unemployment will be in our country? Can I just ask the Chief Executive, this plan, if it was decided that it was a 3-year plan, when would it change again?
Mr. Lorry.
Thank you, Provost. I mean, we are committed from the previous recommendation to bring forward regular reports, and we will continue to do so. I suppose from my own perspective, acknowledging all the uncertainties that various members have referred to today, I don't see any reason at this stage why we wouldn't look also to the longer horizon, because we need to start planning the transformation projects that will bridge the gap in future financial years. And I think that, I think it was Councillor McCluckie that talked about getting on with things. And, we do need to get on with things to bridge the gap, not just in the years immediately ahead of us, but looking beyond that as well. So as officers, we will always need to look at that longer term horizon and bring back reports that reflect the developing positions as we see it. So we will be reporting back on a regular basis. And I think as officers, our line will be that we need to, on the basis of emerging information, plan for the longer term and not just the short term.
Provost, I don't know if I made myself clear there. I understand what Mr. Laurie's saying. It's so the 3-year business plan was made in September. So when we come to next, if it went to the 3-year, if we come to next September, there's a 2-year business plan. When do we go to a 3, or when would it increase?
Mr. Laurie, want to come back in that one?
Yes, thank you, Provost. I mean, we're always looking to roll forward the plan, so that in each budget year we need to be looking ahead. If it's a 3-year business plan, then 2 future years as well as the current year. If it's a 5-year business plan, 4 future years as well as the current year, and we will refresh it by necessity every year, because we need to be looking forward to what the future challenges are and how best we're going to deal with them.
Right, thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Blackwood's hand.
Thanks, Provost. The Chief Executive mentioned the second lockdown in his preamble, having an effect on the current 3-year business plan. You're currently in the country with this Indian variant, and it's certainly causing concerns. Now, this Indian variant could lead to a 3rd lockdown. And where would our plans be if we're going to enter a 3rd lockdown because of COVID?
Okay, Mr. Laurie, the question is simple there.
Thanks, Provost. I mean, regardless of what happens with COVID or any other factors which might impact on the future of the council, we know from the position with the public finances as they currently stand that we're going to face, in all likelihood, very significant budget gaps for a long period of time. So the business plan is about preparing for that, focusing on transformation, minimising negative impacts on communities, and that will remain the same whatever uncertainties or issues may arise. It's about endeavouring to ensure that we deal with matters through transformation rather than needing to resort to short-term service cuts and budget reductions, which I suppose is the likely outcome if we aren't planning ahead and driving the transformation programme.
Okay. Councillor Blackwood, any other questions?
No, it's fine, Provost, thanks.
Okay. Is there anybody else got their hand up here? Is there anybody for the other? Councillor Nimmo, I see you, but I'm looking to see if we can maybe get parity for another group here.
Okay.
Before to try and just go across the board. Councillor Murtagh then, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Nimmo, and then we'll go to Councillor Munro. Thank you.
Thanks, Provost. And I suppose what I'd like to do is build on some of the points that have already been made by the Chief Executive in response to the council leaders.
Councillor Murtagh, Councillor Nimmo.
Sorry, Provost, were you? I think you might have been not on. Sorry. So, in effect, I think what's clear is that, as Councillor McCluckie was saying, of course it is the opposition's function to, scrutinise the reports and hold administration to account. And I don't think anybody here would have any truck with that at all. But what seems to have been presented in the motion is an inaccurate interpretation of what's actually happening, and that the report that is before us now, as we've heard, was asked for in the council motion at budget, and that's what's being brought forward. And I think that far from ripping it up or trying to somehow reinterpret it or change it in that sense, it's about enhancing it and about bringing forward. And as was said, we need to make progress, not just as an administration, but collectively as a council going forward. And I'd very much like to put on record how helpful I think that the briefings that were again asked for in terms of the transformation programme, and they've been continuing. There's been a lot of time invested in explaining the detail of that, but for all members and for us to collectively meet. And yes, those meetings do have to be in private, and that they are not open to the public, but it enables us to really get that in-depth understanding of why it's so crucial. And I see that this report is a really positive way of enhancing and bringing forward the progress that we need to be able to make. And I don't want to repeat what the Chief Executive have just given in terms of the fact that we need to build and the rolling programme of when that progress happens. But it's not a case of like our LDP where we have a 10-year plan and then just before that we get another 10-year plan. That's not what happens in this process, that it is something which is continually refreshed because situations do change. So I think that there's a couple of things that were concerning in the way they were characterised and the progress that's being made on ZBB, as was mentioned. We all know the challenges we've had over the past year and the intensity in which all of officers have had to work, and all council members have had to work in order to really work on the priorities that were immediate before us. But probably I think what that experience has given us, to sort of build on what Councillor Blackwood was just asking, is that it's shown us that while we did have a very immediate crisis that was very unexpected and we had to respond to, and things did have to get put on hold, it's given us that ability to be able to progress plans of a long-term nature alongside what we are dealing with in current and recurring resilience situations. And I think that it's really right that we now take that approach, that whatever we may face, and we knew that Brexit was the big unknown for a long time, and we're still coming to grips with both the economic situation of that and what the European structural funds will be replaced with, and how we go forward with that. We have to progress our long-term priorities, and I think that together with the briefings that we've had offline and discussions we need to have and what's before us today, this represents an opportunity to make significant progress on that and to explain that to members of the public. And I think that for those reasons, I'm more than happy that we do, and we're seen to be progressing that forward as a council. And I really think it's a positive way forward that we all come together and agree that. I want to see Provost before my voice actually goes out.
Okay. You okay? Okay, thank you very much for your input. It's Councillor Nimmo, then Councillor Monroe, Councillor Reid. Councillor Nimmo, thank you, sir.
Thanks very much, Provost. And if I could maybe just start off with a question. It's in relation to what Councillor McCluckie was saying earlier, and more importantly, what Councillor Alexander's response was to that. I think it's great that the leader of the council is constantly in touch with the Scottish Government trying to secure additional funding for this council. I'm just wondering how much additional funding she's actually been able to secure up to this point. I'd be interested in a figure so that I can report back to my constituents that we've got the extra funding and that we're able to invest it. That's my question, Provost. Just in relation to the business plan, 5-year business plan, I might actually be tempted to support the motion if we were getting a 5-year allocation of funding from the Scottish Government. That's very unlikely. Now, I really don't see the need for a 5-year business plan. It doesn't allow for robust financial planning. And to a certain extent, you could probably say the same about the 3-year plan as well. But I think increasing it to 5 years just increases the amount of uncertainty that there is. We're still not on top of the COVID-19 situation, and it's already been mentioned, we have the constitutional issue as well, which is a burning issue, which is going to have significant financial implications and other implications for this council. There's no information contained in this report regarding that. But thanks in the meantime, Provost. Thank you.
Okay, I'm quite sure that the leader of the council will answer that question in her summing up. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
It's now Councillor Munro. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think in the end, everything comes down to money. In our own homes, we can't invest unless we have derived an income, and therefore, if our income is constrained, we have to make cuts. And currently, as in the next item, we're going to be asked to make cuts to buildings and services that our communities hold very dear. So I think the question of the finance is an important one, and the Scottish Government is unequivocally continuing to constrain Scottish local government in providing the things that we need for our communities, and we're closest to our communities. Looking at our documents, many of our targets in last year's corporate plan have been behindhand, particularly things like transformation in schools, and other local authorities such as Highland have made massive savings in these areas, such as I believe it was £5 million. It's not just a question of reducing costs, we also need to increase our income across the council, yet we get very little information on income. The amount that is derived from certain functions and facilities, or any ideas of how this may be improved. So we do need to drive down our costs and achieve best value for money. To do that, we need better and clearer measures and timescales in plans, and we're not seeing these. So I think that we need to continue to provide plans that actually address the financial challenges, and I don't think we're doing that right at this moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Councillor Reid.
Yes, thank you, Provost. I think it'd be remiss not to admit that there are strengths to both arguments being put forward. But we still are faced with a high level of uncertainty. I really don't see the difference between a 5-year plan and a 3-year plan with regular updates and briefings. And I think the latter would be more appropriate in these uncertain circumstances. For example, next year after the election, whoever wins, we're faced with a £6 million cut proposed by officers to education. I mean, that is another huge uncertainty. Where's that money going to come from? So I do think the compromise of a 3-year plan, a 3-year rolling plan, as the Chief Executive has said, with briefings, is the perfect solution to our current situation for us.
No other hands, or we're going to the leader for the wind up? Councillor Hughes. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Provost.
listening to the debate this morning, I was struck by two things. The first one is, if we don't concentrate on transformation, because that is going to give you 30% of reduction in terms of in the sense it will increase the amount of income, but reduce the amount of cuts that will happen in the future. If you don't concentrate on transformation, we will then have to, if we don't have transformation, we will then have to look at further savings in relation, which could be described as cuts. Now that is the anathema of what Labour actually want. But what they're basically saying is, well, we'd rather have cuts than transformation. I was also struck that during the Scottish election, that all party leaders in Scotland made it their priority to concentrate on COVID recovery. Now, to make progress, if we were taking all of those messages of hope and progress together, at the local level, Falkirk Council needs to show leadership. We all need to work collaboratively, and that means that there has to be collaboration between political groups. That is essential, and that the public needs to see that we are all working together for the benefit of our communities. But this morning, all we seem to have is a message from Labour, which basically is trying to resurrect Project Fear, undermine decisions which have already been made. But in reality, although it is dressed up as holding the administration to account because scrutiny is important, but the reality is Labour are not offering a vision for the future themselves. And that's, to my mind, what Labour has said nationally and what Labour has said locally are two different things. I think I'll be writing to Anas Sarwar to draw his attention to the fact that the Labour Party in Falkirk are becoming more maverick in their approach and undermining his approach of bringing communities together. Thank you.
As I said at the very beginning, Councillor Hughes, everybody's entitled to their opinion,
yes,
and you gave yours, and thank you very much for that.
Thank
Is there
you,
anybody
Provost.
else who'd like to speak before we go back to the leader to wind up?
Provost, I would like to make a comment if I can come back in.
Well, you've already been in and you've summarised when you, if it's a question, fine, but you've already did your summary during the movement of the amendments there.
Well, my question would be, is the council going to concentrate and accelerate our efforts over the 2.5 years of this business plan? Why don't we just crack on and do that and power our priorities?
So who's the question directed to? Maybe the Chief Executive then on that?
Indeed.
Mr. Laurie?
We certainly need to focus on transformation. That is the key message of the report, and we need to focus on transformation that will help us bridge savings gaps over the medium term, and that is the reason why I've put forward the 5-year proposal.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll go back to Councillor Meikle-John then to wind up. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I think we've kind of got the lie of the land, and I know that the local government elections are coming up, and people are setting out their stall quite clearly and go for that. But we all have a responsibility, collective responsibility, to deliver for our constituents. And it's disappointing that there's been such a narrow view taken of doing that. And some of the language that's been used hasn't been terribly helpful either. Just the 3-year plan's not ripped up. The 3-year plan is still there and will be progressed. So let's just take that completely, out of the equation, that's not changed. And the Chief Executive has only been doing what he was asked to do by members through the budget process, etc. Transformational savings will need to be progressed if we're to protect our services. That's the bottom line, and if we want to suppress that, which is what I get the impression that our opposition colleagues are seeking to do, then there will be more service cuts will have to be considered. And it's been disappointing about the lack of construction throughout this process as well from the opposition. We've brought forward ZBB, but other than that, there's been very little put on the table. And as I've said, ZBB is not a panacea for savings going forward. It will bring savings, but it is not going to meet the gap that's needed. Kicking the governments, it's an easy way out for particularly opposition, as they don't have the responsibility to progress the budgets, etc. And that's fine, but we need to do a reality check, and that yes, I will continue to lobby for more money for local government, and I have done so for the last 4 years and prior to that. Very little in the meetings that I do have with government ministers, I don't highlight, particularly over the last year, 18 months, the work that's been done in local government, the delivery that's been made by local government, the fact that Scottish Government's policy commitments, 80% come through local government, and we need to be funded and resourced to do that. And I will continue to do that. And in answer to Mr. Nimmo, I'll just give you one example, 90 million growth deal. We were at the end of the queue because the previous administration didn't progress it. It's interesting hearing about the Constitution. We've had more from our opposition colleagues around the Constitution, which is very interesting. And I dare say that is going to be a continued theme. I didn't mention it, but others have chosen to. So I don't know who's trying to put that in the mix. And we know that well, there has been a commitment from government to look at bringing forward a second referendum within this parliamentary term. The focus is on the recovery and COVID, and will be for the next couple of years anyway. And I think therefore, we need to focus on that as well. It feels very much as this opposition to the plan is just for the sake of it. I've not heard a credible argument against the 5-year business plan. Nothing has been taken out of the 3-year plan, and it's all focused on agreed council priorities, which were agreed by everybody. Looking at the longer term or not looking at the longer term creates some risks around the financial stability of the council going forward. And therefore the risks to services and the impacts on our communities. I think it's very short-sighted not to look at that longer term. We know that year 4 and 5 needs to be developed, and our business plan process is a rolling programme and will be brought back on a regular basis. There'll be 6 monthly updates and an annual presentation of it, and we will be scrutinised on that and on our performance going forward. So I do look forward to bringing forward the 10 key priority projects in front of members and seeing just how committed they are to the transformation. I also I'm concerned that we have all party working groups, yet when we come to meetings like this, there seems to be an abdication of any information or any knowledge that's been gained from that process here, and that people all of a sudden don't know anything. So I think there needs to be a reality check. We need to have a grown-up conversation around our financial planning for the future. I think the Chief Executive has brought forward a good plan, one that we should all be getting behind, and I'm really disappointed that it's been made a political football, particularly at this time. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much for your wind up. We'll now go to Mr. Moody to take the vote.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And the motion consists of the recommendations at paragraph 2 of the report, and the motion is moved by Councillor Meikle-John and seconded by Councillor Bowes, against which there is an amendment moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Coombs, which has been circulated to all members and displayed. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
Motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Black.
Amendment.
Councillor Blackwood.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
The amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
Amendment.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Goldie.
Amendment. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Amendment.
Councillor Harris.
The amendment.
Councillor Hughes.
The motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Amendment.
Councillor McHugh. Sorry, Councillor McHugh.
Motion.
Thank you. Councillor McCluckie.
Amendment.
Councillor Meikle-John.
Motion.
Councillor Monroe.
Amendment.
Councillor Murtagh.
Motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
The amendment.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
The amendment.
And Councillor Spears.
Motion.
Provost, there are 13 votes for the motion. There are 16 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Okay, thank you for that. Now we have two items left. Item 7, the strategic property review next steps. And then item 8, Falkirk Integration Joint Board Report. Now I think that these could be very lengthy, so I intend at this particular time, so that we don't stop midway, that we take their lunch break at the moment. So it's 12:10, so we reconvene at 1:45. That gives us 35 minutes. Okay, thank you very much for that. Thank you. Okay.
For big blesses for the Slim Jims.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to reconvene the meeting. Hope you enjoyed your lunch okay. We're now going to item 7 on your agenda, which is a strategic property review next steps. The report is by the Acting Director of Development Services, Douglas Duff, and it's pages 47 to 129 on your agenda papers. Thank you, Mr. Duff.
Thanks, Provost. So this report is a culmination of a number of years' work relating to the assessment of our property needs, and has involved quite a bit of corporate effort and involvement of elected members and community groups, which has been very helpful in drawing it together to this point in order to report to the Council. So the report gives an update and looks to conclude the work on the strategic property review. It summarises the results of what have been undertaken with a number of community conversations that have taken place over the course of the past few months. We supply an updated property strategy, an implementation plan, and a new corporate asset management framework as the basis to agree how we move our assets forward in the coming years. And therefore, we're asking that Council notes the outcomes of this work, agrees these documents, the asset framework, the property strategy, the implementation plan as a basis to move forward. We also ask to note that in relation to the learning and community estate, which has been the substance of most of the debate over the course of this work, that will be progressed through the communities work stream of the Council's business plan, which we're obviously working to based on the earlier decision, but that a programme of further consultations will take place on how that moves forward, and we would report in due course back to the Executive. So the report was pulled together based on work that had been asked to be undertaken by the Executive back in October 2019, when a series of workshops were convened for elected members, and then it was agreed that further community consultations should take place to firm up and finalise this work. We had at that time a draft implementation plan as a basis for consultation, and the idea was to take that out to communities to seek their views. And that's the work that we've been undertaking, as I've mentioned. The property review fundamentally has looked at all of the Council's almost 300 properties and has concluded that the portfolio is too large, it's deteriorating in its condition, and that over time it can be subject to service failures. There's also, as we're aware, significant budget constraints facing the Council, and we have to meet the climate change targets to get to net zero, and the contribution that our buildings can make there is important, and we need to move that forward. We set out 3 work streams, one relating to the learning and estate and community-based services, the other the specialist assets that we have to maintain, and also how we manage property corporately. And the third work stream relates to our office and HQ project, and that's been the subject of a number of previous reports. We categorise the actions into 4 themes: 1 to transform the assets, 1 to sustain the assets and set out the arrangements for maintenance. 1 is about new delivery models, which can consider how to work with communities, the private sector, etc., and how they would be managed in the future. And the final category is to rationalise and dispose of those properties that we no longer need. And these are the work streams and themes that we've adopted to look at each locality and look to take those forward. So we undertook a locality-based community consultation, actually getting down to individual ward level, and aligned that with the development of the Falkirk plan that was taking place over the course of last year. Still, that's work still progressing. And the outcome of the community consultations are summarised in section 4.2 of the report. And I would say that these have been very positive conversations, quite extensive set of sessions that were arranged, albeit all that had to be conducted digitally, and we do recognise that that did constrain some of the discussions to an extent. And when it comes to specific proposals, we need to do more work to engage more fully, to have face-to-face conversations about the way forward. But the sessions that we have had have helped to air the issues. I think there's a clear understanding of the problems that we face and that communities want to be involved in bringing forward solutions. Issues like well-being and climate change came to the fore as concerns that communities have. Clearly, a lot has been learned about the needs of communities and how properties might serve communities through the course of the pandemic, and this has helped to inform how we might move forward. But it does reinforce that meaningful discussions are needed before we make any substantive investment decisions, and that's going to be important when it comes to some of the investments at community level that are being considered. When it comes to retaining properties, we need to make sure that we're making the most of those we retain and that we're investing in them to maintain them properly. When it comes to new delivery models, I think there was some concern in community groups about their capacity to take on the responsibilities for property, and it's something that we've fed back and we recognise we need to look at as a means to enhance their capabilities if these are going to be viable. So that's a clear concern. And finally, in terms of disposal, I think communities recognise that there's value in situations where a property is no longer of need to the community, that we should look to regenerate and see some benefit coming back for the community. So these were the findings that came back from the consultation. And moving into the implementation phase, we took the draft implementation plan through these conversations, and that's been updated to reflect the outcomes of the discussions and is attached as a basis for moving forward. It takes those 3 work streams, the 4 categories, as the way forward, and it looks to align these with the other work streams that we're pursuing in relation to the business plan. And so areas like Succeed Today, Excel Tomorrow, which has been pursued for the upgrade of the school estate, and the Enabling Communities projects, these are important underpinnings to how we move this forward. So the approach to this is summarised in section 4.4 of the report, where on the learning and community estate, and this was where most of the debate took place, most of the findings relate to, we're suggesting that we take that forward through further work, where an assessment framework to identify how we target that effort is necessary, and that would relate to the age, condition, demographic change for a community, carbon usage for a property, to assess those areas that we should focus on first. And we should look to align that with opportunities that we perceive to attract in external funding, and the likes of the government's new Learning Estate Investment Programme. We should look to realise some support through that for investment in that estate. So we're suggesting that that be a dedicated work stream to take forward through the community's work stream of the business plan, work up business cases for investment, progress those through consultation with communities so that there's alignment on how to take them forward, make sure that all the options are properly assessed, and that would be the way forward. We do have a set of proposals for rationalisation and disposal, and a list at the end of section 4.4 denotes those properties that we suggest could be moved on. Also to mention that we have a sum of £3 million has been allocated in the capital programme for investment in a number of community hubs that would be locality based and would support delivery of learning and community activities. And the process for disbursement of these funds would be developed as part of that work stream. In relation to specialist properties, these are sort of really one-off facilities that we need to support our services, particularly relating to the likes of the work at the crematorium, the various sports and leisure centres that we require at regional or national level, and some of the care facilities that we have. Importantly in there is the replacement arts centre. That's a major investment that will help to transform not just the pattern of service delivery, but contribute towards the renewal of the town centre. Important also in that work stream is that we're looking to implement a corporate landlord model, which will consolidate the management of property, make it more streamlined and clear and efficient in terms of its delivery. The office estate, as amongst the work streams that we've pursued over the course of this work, has been to do a thorough review of the office estate and give recommendations in reports that have come forward to the council for agreement on the delivery of the HQ office project and also the front-facing offices and the advice hubs. And so the recommendations here capture that approach. And we note as a consequence the capacity to dispose of a number of office buildings which have been agreed by the council. In relation to the property strategy, that document has now been concluded based on the consultation we've undertaken, and it captures the main thrust of how to move forward to create a corporate portfolio that's fit for service delivery, meets the expectations of tackling climate change, and hopefully meets the needs of citizens and as a base for service delivery, and importantly also is affordable to the council. An important principle also in the property strategy is to make shared use of properties, and something that we do reinforce the opportunities with is to engage with our partners, particularly organisations like the NHS, where we can align and share accommodation, and that clearly has benefits in the efficient use of properties. So we've got the revised plan attached as Appendix 2 to the report as a basis to take forward. Corporate asset management framework is also a requirement, and that's to guide our approach across all of the assets, not just property, but other assets like housing, roads and infrastructure, fleet, open space and ICT. These are all important elements of the council's assets, and they relate and tie into the treasury management strategy that was considered earlier by the council, and the approach adopted there helps to inform the capital programme when it's agreed by the council at the start of the year. So we're asking also that framework is agreed, and there's a corporate asset group that will progress that work. In relation to consultation, section 5 just summarises that work that has been undertaken and points to the fact that we will be doing more work on this, but I should point out the background paper that was referred to in the papers, that does summarise all the work on the community conversations that has been undertaken, and quite a full report there on the work that took place. In terms of the implications, we set out the financial implications of this work, highlighting that an important underpinning to this is to have clear business cases for any investment propositions. That's good asset management practices to base any investment decision on a business case, to appraise the options fully, to consult fully in order to agree how to move forward. We have been doing that on major projects, and the capital strategy reflects this. In particular, we've seen the allocation through the capital strategy of £10 million for energy efficiency works, That was agreed back at the last council or the council budget meeting. We've also aligned 6.8 million to the delivery of the SPR, which includes 3 million agreed at the budget meeting for the development of those community hubs that I mentioned earlier. And the rollout of those will be aligned with the community choices exercise that's underway at the present time. Probably important to reinforce the benefit that can be gained from reuse of former property assets. So far, 11 operational properties have been vacated and are being transferred for social housing development. A further 6 declared surplus as part of the HQ project, and we'll also be looking to move them on for subsequent development. And the receipts coming from those opportunities help to fund the capital programme, and in fact this year have been used under the fiscal flexibilities to aid the council's revenue budget. In terms of risk, we have emphasised in briefings and leading up to this work that clearly the SPR has concluded we can't maintain the extent of the estate that we currently have. We need to rationalise, and given for some assets their poor condition, there is a risk that some of them fail, so we definitely need to do something about them. But importantly, there's a risk of not having a clear way forward. That would hamper our ability to improve our services, to meet the needs of communities, and also to attract investment that clearly much of this requires. It would also make achieving our climate change targets unlikely to be delivered. So important on all of these fronts to move this forward. In terms of Council of the Future, members are aware this is an important underpinning to all of that work. The accommodation that we have serves lots of the various services around the council, and we see property as aiding that transformation that's underway, helping to make use of digital, of modern patterns of service delivery. And the corporate landlord is an important component to that, to actually coordinate how properties are managed much more smoothly. So in conclusion, we feel now that the review has been completed. We've got a suite of documents that we're keen to move forward. Importantly, to move into an implementation phase where we can firm up the various actions, work with communities to settle on the way forward that meets their needs, and hopefully attracts investment that will better serve the prospect for each of these buildings and the services that they are to accommodate. So we are asking for approval of each of the documents to move all of this forward. We're happy to take any questions. I should have mentioned at the start, Craig Isdale, who's been coordinating lots of this effort, is on the call today, and the two of us are happy to take questions. Provost.
Thank you very much. This is a major report with so much content. I'll go straight to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Meikle-John. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I'm going to start and just say thanks to Mr Duff and his team, and indeed all the other services that have fed into this, but a particular thank you to Craig for the huge amount of work that he's done in pulling this together and this suite of detailed documents. It's been a huge effort over a number of years, and to have distilled it down into something that is quite clear and easy to understand has taken a significant amount of effort. So can I just say well done to everybody in getting us to this point. It has helped us identify a clear strategy which is aligned with the Council's priorities. We consulted on those priorities at the end of last year, and that is the way that the pathway forward. While it has been painful at times, and I think everybody would recognise that, members and officers alike, but it does feel that we now have options and a process to follow that can make a managed progress. The SPR is one of the top 10 transformational projects and is a key element in our medium-term financial plan and our carbon reduction programme. We know we have too many properties, and too many that are inefficient, and others that are at the end of life. And all of this also links to many other transformational projects within the Council of the Future and supports the progress of them. And if we don't move forward, then there will be a negative impact on that and there'll be financial consequences. SPR having been agreed in 2016 and while progress has felt slow, there has been a change in the council's built estate with properties being rationalised and released for, as Douglas has talked about, public sector housing and for disposal, which has returned a capital receipt to the council. And the property review has identified further potential receipts that could be used under the fiscal flexibilities in dealing with COVID that would enable that to be used in support of the revenue budget and contribute to a medium-term financial plan. The work streams approach in the asset assessment of the properties aligned with the work streams has allowed targeted resources and investment appropriately through the implementation of the plan, including the 10 million of investment to our built estate for energy improvements to modernise and support our aspiration to get to net zero by 2030. There are, however, areas that require further work and more consultation, in particular on the future of our assets within community and learning estate and how we make best use of them, and it's right to do that. So no decisions are being taken today about disposing any of those assets or indeed closure of those assets, and that requires to have further discussions with communities, and that is ongoing. Those that have been involved in the community conversations have welcomed that opportunity and much has been learned. But on a whole, it's been a very positive experience and one that we now to build on, taking into account some the views and the experience during the pandemic. As things are less restricted and the ways in which we can engage with the public and face-to-face meetings can again take place, we seek to increase the number of people we're engaging with and hopefully bring more people on board. There was £3 million allocated to support the work at the budget in March and the establishment of 3 community hubs, one in each of the localities, and therefore there is investment there in community facilities, and that is something that we need to be directed by our communities to find out what's most important to them, and that's the next phase of the work. Also from the community conversations, we know that community facilities are important to people, more so during COVID, but there are also some real anxieties from our communities about taking on and running community facilities. It's clear that the communities see a need to do that, but they are not ready, and therefore more work has to be done on capacity building with our communities, and this work is ongoing as part of the Council for the Future work stream. Finance has also been identified as an issue with pressure budgets, and that's something again that we need to look at. There are also some big issues that need to have broader engagement around the learning estate, for example, the amalgamation of schools. And only once that has been distilled out and a project identified can we then look to seek sources of funding from Scottish Government. Again, once we have identified the projects, detailed business cases will be worked up and those will be brought in front of members, but these will be done with our communities. The establishment of the corporate landlord model will ensure our property portfolio is fit for purpose and we don't end up in the same position in future where there's been underinvestment in the fabric of buildings and therefore they are no longer fit for purpose. We also will be able to have a planned approach to any end of life in buildings and be able to have that in a more managed way. So we bring the strategic property review to a conclusion. We have a plan in place to follow. If we don't reduce the number of buildings, many of which are underutilised, we will not be able to invest in those that we need to keep, and our estate will continue to deteriorate, thus impacting on the service delivery and the user experience. It will also impact on the medium-term financial plan and our ability to deliver on transformational savings. Bottom line is we can't afford not to move forward with this, as so many aspects, along with financial aspects, along with other policy priorities, will not be able to be delivered on. By not approving the way forward, we will just magnify the difficulties for the future. We will again have buildings fall over, loss of services, lack of numbers using some of our facilities as the user experience is not as good as others, and there will be reduced investment available. I therefore would commend the strategic property review way forward as a plan and recognise that this isn't something that will be delivered in 1 year, 2 years, but it will be a longer term plan in order to be able to fill all the requirements, indeed all the finances that are needed going forward, and therefore move the recommendations as in section 2 of the report. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks to the council leader and indeed Douglas Duff, who has covered much of this report and highlighted the importance that we will all agree with these recommendations. I've heard stated on many occasions by members of the opposition and indeed the current administration that we have to move forward with this strategic property review, which is by all accounts long overdue. The SPR, as we see, is now complete, and the next step is to progress the implementation plan. This will not only reduce the council's properties, but improve the remaining facilities, making them better used, more fit for the communities, and also help to reduce our CO2 emissions, driving us towards our net zero carbon emissions by 2030. Community engagement has been a significant factor in this report, and it has to be mentioned these are only initial community conversations, which will continue and improve through the whole process. We realise some meetings may not have as many local community members as we would have hoped for, but this will increase. During the conversations I have sat in on and contributed, it was evident people understood the issues faced by the council and agree things need to change. Buildings nearing end of life, underused, not suitable for purpose, wrong location, and indeed with extremely poor energy efficiency were some of the many points made. And if I can just concentrate on the latter, our current estate has buildings which, if not disposed of, would have a major negative impact on this council's ambitions of meeting our net zero target. Yes, a recent £10 million investment in our estate for energy improvements will modernise and move us nearer to ambitious targets. But as we have heard during cross-party climate emergency working groups and during our carbon literacy training for all elected members, this can only be achieved in conjunction with this SPR. In one of the pie charts showing Falkirk Council's carbon footprint, it was illustrated that over 40% of the CO2 emissions were produced by our buildings. We as a council need to make some difficult decisions to proceed with transformation and improvement, and we need to do this with the communities we have been elected to represent and the future of this council at the heart of every decision we made. This report has been asked for, consulted on, and now produced. Happy to second the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor, for your input. I'll go to Councillor Bissett. Is there an amendment coming forward?
Yes, Provost, I'd like to give notice of an amendment.
Do you want to speak to it just now, or do you want to come back in but give the amendment at the moment to everybody?
I'd like to do a preamble and give the amendment, thank you.
Okay, carry on.
Thank you, Provost. And first of all, I'd just like to say thanks to Mr. Duff and Craig Isdale. I know Craig had a significant role to play in this. It's a bit like War and Peace, I was reading it over the weekend. But finally, we've got to a point where we've got a report. It's taken 5 years, but nevertheless, here's where we are. So I'd just like to say, as much as the SNP don't like me saying it, Falkirk Council has seen budget cuts of 170 million over the past 11 years. Next year, we see a further cut of 17 million. This is the reason there are so many potential closures of buildings. And I think the communities we serve need to be made aware of that. We have a backlog maintenance of 36 million, and we're only spending 2.74 annually on maintenance of all our properties. And we need about 180 million to bring everything up to standard. That was at 2016-17 estimates. This would mean that the council would be fully compliant. And it's a big worry to me that are we really saying we're not complying with all the statutory obligations at this minute in time? If so, we need to be seriously lobbying the Scottish Government for additional funding to bring us up to statutory standards. These cuts to councils just cannot go on. Cuts to councils equals cuts to communities, and let's face it, it's a political choice, not an economic necessity. How many leisure centres, community centres, libraries or schools would £170 million buy? Schools are being considered for community use. This is because we don't have the money to build new facilities for communities. I have serious concerns about using schools, but that's just my personal view. My concerns are around security. If a new school is being built, then there's opportunity to build it in that security. But adapting existing schools is, for me, not secure enough. But again, that's just my personal opinion. I'm sure others will have their own views on this. And I do agree adopting the corporate landlord approach is the right thing to do. I actually thought we were already doing that, but clearly I was misinformed. So I'm glad that it's in the plan and that we are going to go ahead and doing that kind of under one body. And clearly we're all supporters of climate change, so we look forward to seeing what the administration brings forward for closure in the future. I think we really need to be honest with communities on the financial realities and the practicalities of delivering anything. I think that's a key point to go forward. Councillor Meikle-John says we do want to move forward, so I do look forward to seeing what the administration brings forward. I think that's all I've got to say at the minute, Provost, but I reserve the right to come back in, and Labour's amendment is on point 1, we agree. Point 2, we agree. 3, agree subject to any changes that may arise for consideration by Council as a result of implementation of the strategy. 4, agree subject to any changes that may arise for consideration by Council as a result of implementation of the strategy. 5, that the ongoing review of the learning and community estate will be progressed as part of the community's workstream of the Council's business plan as set out in paragraph 4.3, subject to far greater community consultation and examination of community capacity during the process than that undertaken to date. 6, that further reports on progress be supplied to the Executive. 7, that there should be no closures or offers of community transfer or significant enhancement unless already approved in the Council's capital programme or housing investment programme to the estate without the specific consent of the Council in each case. Thank you, Provost.
A seconder for that?
Yes, Provost, I'm happy to
Thank you,
second.
You
Just
can
in
reserve the right
support.
to come back in if you want.
No, I think I'll just give my tuppence worth now. Thanks, Provost.
Right, thank you.
In support of our amendment, I want to refer to the Executive on the 11th of May. Firstly, the Leader of the Council called me disingenuous because I questioned the progress on the Falkirk Gateway project. And I think all members should look forward to a briefing about that project. And which the administration only decided to give us a briefing 12 hours before the meeting, but that's neither here nor there, although it is closely related to this strategic property review that we're debating today. I never got the chance to reply to that, but if I had, I would have taken it as a massive compliment because it kind of takes one to know one. This SPR report is also completely disingenuous. Now, I understand why they need to do this. They can't, as I mentioned in my previous speech, that they can't tell their masters in Holyrood that we need more money for public services. So it's, well, why should the taxpayer pay to fund libraries when people can buy their books off Amazon? Or why should the taxpayer fund leisure facilities when you can join a private gym? Why should the taxpayers pay for a mother and toddlers group to meet in one of our community halls when they can hire a function room in a nice hotel? Just like the Rotary Club, really. Now, I understand that the situation is complicated and the administration really don't want to close buildings either, but they find themselves on the horns of a dilemma, which was compounded by their mad decision to bring the Falkirk Community Trust back in-house. On the one hand, they don't want to close buildings, but on the other hand, they can't criticise Nicola Sturgeon for the deliberate underfunding of councils, which is the root cause of all of this. So to solve the dilemma, they've descended into corporate gobbledygook, I think is the best way I can describe it. Let's have a debate, but God forbid that anyone should know actually what we mean. I found it strange when the Leader of the Council said that it was a very clear report. I defy any member of the public to read any of that report and actually understand what the implications of it are and what it will mean to their own communities. One of the first phrases that got me thinking, again, doublespeak, was let's review and develop options to assist communities to participate in new delivery models. The true meaning of that is if you want to keep your building, you'll have to run it yourself. I've said it before and I'll say it again, it's a DIY council. Another doublespeak was the reference to develop options for future leisure and sport provision in Bowness. Now, the true meaning of that statement is, well, we can't close the academy, so we'll just have to close the rec centre instead. The report recommends offering 32 buildings or facilities for community groups to run. This is hopelessly unrealistic. As the report itself says at 7.3, and Mr. Duff already alluded to, community groups are wary of taking on these liabilities, which are way beyond most community groups. Logically, though, if the groups don't take them on, they should be closed because, again, otherwise no savings will be made. Leisure centres, libraries and community halls are all public good and they should be supported for the wider community's benefit. We need these buildings. And I clearly understand that the need to work towards net zero. And I agree that there are many older buildings that are difficult to adapt. However, some of the biggest carbon footprint in our estates comes from newer secondary schools. We're not going to be closing them. And living as I do in the shadow of INEOS, I think that we need to look at reducing business and transport emissions before we choose to remove facilities from our communities, which are needed right across the council area. I think that my difficulty with this report is that we're not being straight with our communities. I think if we have to close buildings due to the SNP underfunding, we should say so. We should have the business case for re-provisioning now, not after we've already taken the decisions.
Apologies, that's your 4 minutes, but I'll give you another minute, sorry.
Winding up, thank you, Provost.
Thank you. No, thank you.
If we are to consult, it should be about the realistic proposals, not corporate speak and spin. And for that reason, I would like to request that the Chief Execs bring to our next meeting a programme of further consultations, including the material to be used for such important discussions with our residents. I don't want the woolly vague, do you want something nice and shiny, far, far away land, or do you want something horrible and close to your own door? I second the amendment. It's not too late for members to avoid a political catastrophe. Efficiently plan and manage our building estate by all means, but let's be honest with our communities and let's tell them what's going on and why. Thank you, Provost. And by the way, your library and ComEd Centre are also in danger.
Thank you very much for your input. Now we'll have an opportunity to share the amendment on screen. Could I go to Councillor Kerr at this stage and ask him if he's got any further amendments?
Provost, there maybe not be an amendment, but maybe be an addendum to either the motion or the amendment.
Right, okay, thank you. Now, this is an opportunity, I think, because it's such a significant report for everybody, and the amendment's got a lot of substance in it. I think it's an opportunity for everybody to go out and have a look and discuss it with their colleagues. So,
Provost, could we hear the addendum?
No, we'll get that when we come back. We're going to deal with this issue first. So we're going to have an opportunity to break. Councillor Meikle-John, how long do you think that your colleagues would need to digest this amendment?
I think 15 minutes, Provost.
15 minutes, okay then. It's 13:28, say 13:30. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Please, Brian.
Brayton Namora. Nicholas Rachel tackle the child poverty. That doesn't count.
Provost, I don't know if you're trying to speak, but you're muted.
Fine, you're there. Fine, thank you. I think we're just waiting on one or two. Thank you. Okay, we'll start. Okay then, thank you very much for that. We'll now reconvene the meeting. I'll go straight to Councillor Meikle-John. You've had an opportunity to look at the amendment from the Labour group. Would you like to say anything on that?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions for clarification, Provost. Section 7 of the amendment, I would just like to know how that impacts on the decisions that were made in the revenue budget. If there's an attempt there to overturn those decisions, or whether this would be any future decisions coming forward. I just wondered if I could get clarification on that and if there would be an impact on the decisions made at the revenue budget.
Okay, Douglas, would you like to come in on that one?
I think the main issues are in relation to decisions that have been reached regarding various property-related changes. I think the main issues for Mr Naylor relating to the community halls estate, and so Robert may want to come in on any consequence that this would have for his programme of savings aligned to that.
Okay, Mr Naylor, would you like to join?
Thank you, Provost. No immediate implications. I mean, there's work ongoing around community asset transfer of halls at the moment, and there's some buildings that have been emptied pending further decisions of the council in terms of transferring those to being surplus. Thus far, we've closed and sold 2 community halls, but that's in the past. We've mothballed 2 primary schools, and we're pending a decision on the permanent closure of them very soon. So once we complete the ELC expansion, there may be some buildings that are no longer required, but that would be subject to our ongoing reporting to the Education, Children and Young People Committee. But over the course of this summer, we are progressing a number of halls through the lease process, and we're working on that currently. So what would be required in terms of Section 7 is that we would have another stage to go through, in that prior to concluding those transfers, we would now, as I understand it, be coming back to a forum of the council, which at the moment I don't understand is necessary, because there was a previous decision for us to go and get on with the transfer of community halls in a previous budget round.
Okay, thank you for that.
That's helpful, because I certainly know that there's a number that are in progress at the moment that are desperate to actually take on those, and a delay like Bainsford Community Hall in particular would significantly impact on their own business plans, and I know that there's others there that would be very concerned about that delay going forward, because there's no doubt that that's what will happen. And we know that how frustrated they've been as a result of COVID and the delays that have been involved there as well. So, to be honest, you've kind of answered my questions there, but just to confirm, Mr Naylor, the community asset transfer of community halls hasn't just happened in the last few years, it has been ongoing since around 2016.
That's correct. I think the first transfers probably were concluded in 2017. From memory, I think in total there's been 7 thus far. There's another 4 or 5 that, as you say, good progress has been made, and there's 1 or 2 that are not far from getting over the line in terms of the groups that are interested in progressing them. So again, I would say that what we would then need to do is, once we've got that all signed, good and ready to go, it would seem that we would then need to come back to council for a ratification of that.
Okay, thank you, Mr Naylor. I just wanted to make it clear that this isn't a new community asset transfer, and it was agreed by a previous administration as a programme going forward, and it just now seems that things have been turned. But thank you, Provost. I'll leave my comments for the end. However, it would be helpful, or it would have been helpful, to have had the addendum, that we could have discussed it at the same time and been able to take a view on that. We have in the past looked at having these put on the table so that there's an easier discussion, but I just hope we don't end up having to go into another recess to do that, but it would have been helpful to have shared that.
Okay, we weren't in a position to have it shared at that time. But so what we're saying in reality then is that you don't accept any of the amendment put forward by Labour, and you're continuing with your motion.
we'll move. We're going to continue with the motion, as I think that represents the progress that is needed, and I'll reserve my comments on the amendment towards the end.
Aye.
Provost, you're on mute
You're on
again.
mute, Provost.
Councillor Kerr, we'll bring you in at this particular junction.
Thanks, Provost. I would have gave the addendum previous if they wanted it. It's no a big thing. I think Brian sent it out to everybody by email. Provost, the SPR is a massive part of the council future. And in the report, there are keywords: communities, innovation, enterprise, health and well-being, transformation. These are all big words, but the communities is, for us, is the most important word. As Douglas says, there are 279 operational properties, but we have many, many more properties that are not listed here. And it's maybe something that we because we've got farmland, we've got garages, units. I think the council's got a quarry, and if these aren't bringing money in, substantial money in, it's maybe something we look at as well. Climate change has been mentioned by one or two members, and it's come to the forefront of all our thoughts, and it'll play a big part in any of the decisions that we make going forward. As I say, the communities are the heart of our corporate plan. If we can't take the communities forward with us on our journey, then we'll fail in what we've tried to do. There are bold and transformational schemes and projects. There are, however, as it says in the report, issues for each area, and hopefully these can be addressed going forward with further consultation. As Douglas has already stated, more consultation must take place, and this is what our communities want. The messages I receive are one of caution and apprehension. People are not saying that they don't want the changes, but as everybody knows, change, and when the people don't see what the change is benefit for their community, it's a lot harder for them to accept it. We understand that things have to change and that we need to be aware of this. Regarding the community transfers, and I know it was touched on by the leader of the council there and Mr. Naylor. I've got communities in my area who are up for the community transfer and are looking forward because they're that further on that they want to take these balls on. However, there are other groups who are frightened, who don't understand what it will mean for them as a community if they do take it on and if they don't take it on. So there is lots of issues regarding how we take this forward, and communication will be a big part of that. Our only issue, Provost, is in what the addendum is. It's about the finances. The report says the finances was for 2016. We would like an up-to-date report and costing what it would be like we did in 2016, 2017. Because getting the money will be harder than getting the agreement on it. I was telling my group earlier on, Provost, a gentleman I know, he's a QS, and Douglas will have thought on this because he'll have come across it. QS done the findings for a full job. This year, a year on, he went back and do the full costings for the same job, and it was 62% more expensive this year than it was last year. So the pandemic has certainly increased the money, the value of goods, and it's not all goods that's coming from other areas. It's goods that's here in Scotland and the UK. So our only concern, Convener, Provost, was that we get a financial report to say how the increase in value and how we're going to fund the SPR. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. I see your hands are up there, Councillor Bowes, but we'll go back to Douglas. Douglas, you heard the question posed by Councillor Kerr. Maybe you could answer that for everybody.
And it's certainly something we recognise, that the financial underpinnings to this do need to be fleshed out. It was the work that was done in 2016 was done for us by a set of consultants. We engaged the Hub to do that work on the review. They gave us a very full report on the performance of the assets as well as the financial underpinnings. So the backlog maintenance, the cost of repairs, the maintenance budgets that we have at the present time, and we update that periodically. But our officers have been focused on other stuff recently, particularly attending to the needs of our tenants through COVID. And just to touch on that, you did mention some of the non-operational properties that we have. We do have quite an extensive estate of the land and other assets. It brings in 4 million a year in income to the council. So that's certainly something we do focus on, but it's not part of the operational estate. This review has been about the operational estate. It is something that we've been attending to through the work on the business plan to look at where there are savings or efficiencies can be gained. And we do make the point that we need financial business cases to underpin any of the investment decisions. So I'm sure we could quite readily pull together a summary financial plan. It might take a wee bit of time to get that together, but we could arrange that in the coming months to underpin the work that's to go forward here. And when it comes to individual decisions that are being reached about properties, they would have a full business case to support them. That's inevitably, an important part of any decision. So we do think that would be an important way forward. So in essence, I think that would be the approach that we would seek to adopt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duff.
Provost, could I just say that I would be happy to accept that addendum. That's relatively minor, and it's work that's would be ongoing anyway.
Right. Could you hold on a second? I'll just get clarity for this. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. So just to clarify that the addendum put forward by Councillor Kerr and his colleagues has been accepted into the motion put forward by the administration. So I'm going to open up for general debate. Councillor Bowes had his hand up for a long time. Councillor Bowes.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. It's expanding slightly on one of the questions, and it's more a question than a statement. And obviously thinking about Mullen Ward in particular. I know that the Trice Community Education Centre was actually named in the budget, and Stenhousemuir Football Club being involved in that. Now, obviously, that we were looking for that to be moved relatively quickly. That was part of Robert's, one of Robert's savings. If, say, this now ends up not going into, not getting to council to, say, September, October time, would that affect Robert's savings? And if so, then is this trying to, or is this maybe not intentionally, but is this actually changing a decision of council at the budget?
Okay, Douglas, you want to come back in on that?
It's probably one that Mr. Naylor would want to come back on. Robert, you're probably more familiar with the work on the Community Halls programme.
Okay, thank you.
Illuminate
Mr.
that
Naylor?
one.
Just by way of an update to what I said earlier, there was a decision taken in the 2015-16 budget to progress with either the transfer or the closure of community halls. And over the course of the intervening years, we've transferred a number of community halls, and from memory, I think we've closed 2. There are 5 that we're currently working on over the course of the summer. And as I said earlier, we await the final sign-off of lease agreements before those halls can be transferred. At the point that they're transferred, there then accrues a saving to Children's Services in terms of our operation of the buildings vis-à-vis the operation of the buildings by the community groups. I would probably need to refer to Mr. Smale in terms of the specific example of the Trist one that Councillor Bowes is referring to. But I would just reflect what I said earlier. As things stand, once we have agreement to transfer halls with the relevant group, that just goes ahead. We have not, since 2015-16, been required to come back to council to seek any further authority to proceed. What we have instead done is provided periodic updates on what has been transferred and or what has closed.
Robert, I appreciate that, but what I'm saying, I think this changes that slightly, that you're now going to have to, you won't be able to do that. You'll now have to come back to council for approval, is what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is, again, and it's maybe not intentional, I'm not saying people have done it intentionally, but Article 7, I see as trying, what it'll do is change a decision of council at the budget meeting, because they were named. And
Okay. I think we'll bring Mr. Smale back in on the issue of the Trist. There, Brian?
Provost, I'm not sure I can helpfully contribute much on the specific of the Trice, but what I can say is perhaps a more general point, and it's simply this: if savings, regardless of where they are sourced, such as the Trice, if they've been hardwired into the budget and are part of the balanced budget, and if council was minded to change that, and here I would defer to any advice that Mr. Moody may want to bring to the table, but from a financial perspective, if such a decision was valid and was agreed, that by definition would create a hole in the budget, and I would anticipate the service would need to come forward with an alternative to plug that gap to retain the integrity of the budget.
Thank you. We'll bring Mr. Moody in then. Mr. Moody?
Yes, thank you, Provost. And I think we've heard from Mr. Naylor that the source of his authority in proceeding with the programme of transfers of community halls derives from a decision in 2015 in the budget process at that time. So there's no question, I think, that arises of an inconsistency in terms of the time limit between a budget decision and the decision which may be made today. So there's some time lapse between the two. If the Labour amendment were agreed today and the Article 7, which attention is being focused on, I think what essentially we'd have is an extra layer of approval being added into the process, which would require reports to council in each of the circumstances which are set out within that particular article. I've taken some time during the course of the discussion because of the issue that has been arisen to go back and look at the budget decision in March of this year, and I can't see any specific saving of proposal that has been approved which would be cut across by this particular proposal within Article 7. So I think what this does is it doesn't particularly cut across an existing decision, but it does insert an additional layer of approval in requiring any such proposal to come before the council.
Thanks, Mr. Moody, for clarification. Councillor Bowes.
That's fine, Provost. Thank you very much.
Right, there's Councillor Alexander got his hand up, Councillor Monroe, and Councillor McCluckie. We'll take the
Provost, could you always also take mine? I can't get the hand here.
Right.
I don't know what's happening.
Hold on, Councillor Golding. Yeah. Okay, we'll go with Councillor Monroe first, then Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Provost. I think we all agree that there have been real conversations with community and real progress on this, but there are still many challenges, and in part because it includes so many buildings, 297, and we don't know which are actually loss making or which wash their faces or those that derive an income. Many of the buildings are not community buildings, but schools, which have, under the PPP schemes, been totally inaccessible to communities. In some areas, many clubs and volunteer groups came to an end because of this particular transition. So there's an issue of trust going forward on the move back into schools and concerns around accessibility and security. Communities do want to be part of this transformation, but the key challenge to all of it is, where is the funding? It's in a very difficult capital budget negotiation in December, which had a gap of 185 million and was ultimately reduced to 25 million, which we then agreed to fund by borrowing. The only element of SPR was the inclusion of just over £1 million and the purchase cost of the PPP schools. So how can we progress this plan with so little funding? I know that there is an element of funding of 6.8 million that's attributed to SPR, 3 million of which is for community hubs. But if 5 years ago it was going to cost 180 million to upgrade buildings, what is it going to cost today? And we really don't know. And there are other questions too. Where would the income from disposals go? How would communities be assisted to take on assets? Do they need advice, workshops? And assets which are surplus should be offered to communities initially, because I was actually asked at my community council only last week about one of our buildings which was being offered to a different community. So these things are a big challenge. So while the plan is very good, if we retain major loss-making facilities, then the community assets will decline further. But so much more needs to be done to be more financially focused. We need to reduce costs, increase income, work hard to save money in these buildings, become more efficient, simplify processes and reduce waste and management costs. So if we're going to move forward on this, the financials are the key, because unless we actually manage what we've got better, then community facilities will decline even further. And none of us want that. None of us want that. We want our communities to retain some buildings close to their communities. And this outbreak has demonstrated above all things how essential that is. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. It's Councillor Alexander now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. The whole purpose of the strategic review is to get what Councillor Monroe has just indicated that she wants. Decisions have been taken locally by the community, and you know, that's something that we can support. Or we can all support. The budgets have been mentioned a few times in budget hearings and etc. I recall the budget in which the policy was established for the termination of halls that weren't picked up by the community or you know, otherwise. And I'm pretty sure it was Councillor Coombs that actually seconded that particular motion as Deputy Leader of the Labour Party at that time. Now, if she's done a U-turn, that's fine. You know, accept the fact that sometimes people admit that they're wrong. And if Councillor Coombs is
Provost.
Councillor Coombs is admitting she was wrong at the time, or she's wrong now, you can't have it both ways. You've got to spoke honesty to the community, and you know, there's a very fundamental example where honesty is required. As for the issue in general, you know, we see the amendment. What does it do? It delays things. What is Labour's main achievement to date in this administration? Delaying things. There's a pattern developing with the Labour group, and it's all about delaying things. You know, not letting anyone receive any credit because it's not Labour Party motion, and not Labour Party proposal or Labour Party programme. The fact remains that Falkirk Council's stock of properties didn't suddenly become surplus surplus to requirement or in a state of disrepair. 4 years ago, when the current administration took over, it's been in decline for years, most of which has been set up by Labour administrations. And I would ask, you look outside and you identify 3 major projects that were Labour instigated, and I think you'll struggle. I'm talking about capital investments. You'll struggle because the previous Labour administration effectively was very much a play safe. You don't do anything wrong attitude, and that's a legitimate position to adopt. You can then present yourself as being a radical alternative to the SNP or to anyone else for that matter. So you know, I hope that this motion is thrown, this amendment is thrown out, because again, you know, it just delays the progress. And really, I wouldn't like to go to the next meeting of the Bainsford group, but I will do. and I'll ask them what their views are in terms of the proposal to delay this process even more. So with that, Provost, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I hope that the amendment is thrown out. I hope it's thrown out with big numbers, and I hope that we get some consistency from the opposition Labour group in the not too distant future. But I say that with a heavy heart because I know that's extremely unlikely.
Okay, thanks for your input.
Provost,
As
can
I
I
said-
come in at some point? I had my hand up for a while.
Yeah, well, there's a big list, Councillor Bissett. We just hold on. We're going to Councillor Coombs now. Thank you. Councillor
Thanks,
Coombs.
Provost. Thanks, Provost. I'm very upset that Councillor Alexander says that I've done a U-turn. I did indeed second this SPR when we brought it forward as an administration. All that our amendment is doing here today is asking for more transparency. We have agreed almost line for line with the motion put forward by the administration. And I think if people actually looked at what we're asking for here, what we're asking for is more transparency, the chance for the council to look at exactly what's being done in our name. I would also like Councillor Alexander to apologise for insinuating that I'm being dishonest. At no point am I being dishonest. At no point have I done a U-turn. What I'm actually looking for is more honesty for our residents. All I said was that we need to tell them what's happening and why. There's no U-turn here. Thank you, Provost.
Okay, thank you. Any comment, Councillor Alexander?
It's a matter of opinion. Provost, I'll leave it to
Okay.
others.
It's a matter of fact, it's not an opinion.
Thank you. It's now an opportunity. We've got a list here, and it is going to be Councillor McCluckie, followed by Councillor Bissett, Councillor Reid, and Councillor Blackwood. Councillor McCluckie.
Right, thanks.
And then
Provost.
Councillor Goldie.
Hey, thanks, Provost. Firstly, we heard that this SPR is complete for Councillor Garner. We've agreed that money is going to go to 3 hubs. Now, for some reason, my ward is put into wards the east. Yeah, I go 100 years and I'm into North Lanarkshire in the west. So I find it strange. But a community hub in the east, if it's in Bowness, 12 mile away for the folk in Slamanan, I didn't see, much a hub. And if it's in Slamanan, it's 12 mile away for the people in Bowness, and I don't think there would be many folk supporting that. So obviously there is things mentioned here, but I don't believe that the community has picked or got involved into where these hubs go and that yet. So these are the important issues for a document that's complete. We mentioned 6 years we brought up, and we brought forward the administration. Administration was a Labour Conservative administration, and at that time it wasn't a unique thing that the administration brought forward motions. It's not happened in the 4 years we used to cover, but what I'm saying is that we brought forward the motion, and we brought forward the first 10 halls, and we got a kind of feedback, and then we put forward another 10 halls, and at that time that's what it was. We didn't hear the figures, we didn't know how many folk would take this up. There was some halls that was open 3 hours a week, and we were getting 16 to 30 hours on cleaning and caretaking. So obviously that was the reason for doing it, and we tried to start this process in the SPR. But as we've heard in the last 4 years, nothing's happened, or 5 years, nothing's came back to members for a decision. If there are difficulties, how can we help with difficulties? I look at the halls in Moan Ward, Avon Bridge Community Halls, 49,000 maintenance need done to it. Now, obviously, we didn't know that at the time, but would you take it over if the maintenance, if it's no wind and water tight, need maintenance? Shield Hall, 36,000. California Shield Hall, 36,000 for Shield Hall. Slamanan Community Centre, 67,000. Limerick Hall, 24,000. So these are all outstanding maintenance budgets that we've sent out just a couple of months ago on the lists in the Council of the Future. And so the people aren't going to take them over, but unless they get the work done. Now, it may be that if Bainsford's moving forward, that they have invested there and done that up as maybe a well-used facility, but certainly everything what's doing in the officer's report is things have stalled. People in Avon Bridge were originally going to take it over because they felt pressurised, and the people in Shield Hill, and then it found out it wasn't viable. Then different committees came on, and they've asked if we looked at different opportunities. Could we run the building and but they done the caretaking things inside and save us money and that. But says other councils have looked at that, but we didn't seem to have looked at. So as I say, we certainly have tried to bring this forward. We mentioned in this plan that they're talking about consulting. 2 years ago I mentioned it, talking about maybe did they need a new school. And 2 years of these discussions, I brought that up. Now, I'm glad to hear now that we're talking about maybe talking to the parent councils. But it isn't just the parent councils. If you want to build a new school and not 3 or 4 schools, you've got to talk to all the parents and the people. So that's important. But how do you consult them if you don't know where the new school would be? Members haven't got that information. We don't own ground in the Upper Braes with the council to go and build a new school. So I take it we would buying a green field within a kind of get planning on to go and look at to do that. So if we're going to consult people, we need the information for this policy.
Sorry, John, you'll need to wind up.
Right. There's no rationale on how to do the burdens, whether it's carbon footprint, age, condition, demographics, as I say, because as we heard earlier, the new schools are getting out the biggest carbon footprint. If it's going with age, the older buildings, calendar house. So as I say, there's nothing in here that does it. And this is how members have got to be involved. Members have got to take these decisions and in balance what can be done. We talked about others. Yes, there were 2 other uses. There was groups like Central Ballet and whole other ballet schools looking for a premise to encourage the arts. Right. There's other groups that's mixed martial arts and that. There's a number of them. They're looking
Right,
for
John, you'll
halls
need
and
to
renting
wind
them out.
up.
Aye, sorry. And what we need to do is, have we consulted the community groups? Could they come and use your hall and use it 7 days a week and you still get into some of the other side rooms and get used and make it viable? Is this something? But we've never done that. We've never looked at that even. And something that's supposed to be finished and complete. So that's it, Claire.
No, thank you very much for your input. We'll go now to Councillor Bissett. Now, Councillor Bissett summarised when he was moving his amendment, but obviously the situation has changed a bit with the adding of the addendum into the motion. Councillor Bissett, we want clarification of something?
First of all, I'd just like to say we'll accept the Conservative addendum, which is really just asking for an update on the finances. Fairly straightforward. I'm sure Craig just about has that to hand, so we'll accept that. And just to say, our amendment it's not stopping progress, it's only asking for approval on new decisions. And we do want openness and transparency. And certainly, I just want to reassure the Management Committee of Bainsford Hall, we're not trying to slow anything up at all. In fact, Bainsford are doing a great job and it's a work in progress. So I think that's all I've got to say at the minute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Just hold on a minute to get a bit of legal clarity here. Okay, thank you for that. It's an opportunity now. I've got 4 other names here. It's Councillor Reid, then Councillor Goldie, Councillor Blackwood and Councillor Colley. Councillor Reid.
Okay, thanks, Provost. I'll try and be as brief as possible. And not for the first time I've sat at a council meeting and wondered why there's not been compromise or collaboration. And this is yet another. In fact, there must be a better way to do business sometimes. Maybe motions and amendments should be made known before meetings and leaders agree to compromise. But clarification on the Conservative addendum. And I'm not being a smart such so and so, but it says in place of the recommendations, agree that. Does that mean the recommendations fall. That's the way I read it in plain English.
I'll bring Mr. Moody in to clarify that one for you. Mr. Moody.
Yes, Provost, I would read that line as being not intended to be used when Councillor Kerr has confirmed it's an addendum only. So it may be helpful for Councillor Kerr just to confirm again, but I think he's intending that that be added to the recommendations or the amendment. And that's indeed what both the mover of the motion and the mover of the amendment, I think, have accepted.
Okay, I'm assuming that to be the case. I just wanted clarification. Could I also refer to the Labour amendment? I'm just looking it up at the moment. We have agreed on 1, 2, 3. We've added a little bit, which I thought might have been acceptable to SNP. The same in 4. The same in 5. I think Councillor Gardner mentioned greater community consultation. 6 is a repeat of the SNP, and 7 there's a dispute. I just wondered if SNP were agreeing to, well, obviously agree to 1 and 2, but are they also agreeing, not agreeing, sorry, to 3, 4, and 5?
Clarify.
I mean, I would have thought there'd been a compromise there.
Okay, well, maybe take you back to Councillor Meikle-John. She's the one that could clarify this situation. Councillor Meikle-John, you've heard Councillor Reid?
Just on that, no, I think it's very difficult to agree that, knowing that will just completely slow the process down. That there would be regular reports back to members anyway, but it does kind of thwart the whole programme. Greater community consultation, there is no need for that to be part of the amendment because it is already inherent within the actual report, which is really surprising, because it's been quite clear within the report. It says that further engagement and community consultation is required, and details exactly a whole host of areas that we need to be done. But that's the whole point, that as far as I can see, it's not really about transparency. It's actually about delaying things and thwarting things and not allowing progress. And just on your comment around the sharing of information, it would have been really helpful to have shared that at the group leaders meeting, because we could have had a much more grown-up conversation than bringing it into committee. Now, my motions, the papers are there, so I've shared those well beforehand. It's up to others to bring something to the table.
Okay, thank you. So you're clear, Councillor Reid, the administration's position?
Yes, I know there'll be no collaboration here. On 4.1 and 2, referring to the community conversations, do we have a record of some which in fact did not have any attendance?
That would be Douglas. Douglas, would you like to come in on that for Councillor Reid?
I'm not aware of, sorry, through you, Provost, I'm not aware of situations where there was no attendance. I think some meetings did have to be rescheduled due to clashes that took place at the last minute. Craig Isdale may have more detail on that.
Craig?
Yeah, yeah, Provost. There was attendance at all the meetings I attended. I missed 2 of them. In the background papers, there's a full list of details about those who did attend. In there's a lot of papers there, but it's fully comprehensive, and members can refer to that.
Thank you, Councillor Reid.
I just think the public are getting confused with community choices, community conversations, and now we have a community planning exercise going on. But it seems to be the same people that are turning up at all the meetings. What are the plans for improving that? And I'm trying to be helpful, not critical.
I think it would be Douglas, come back to you on that one.
Yeah, through you, Provost. What we did was we aligned this with the work that was taking place on the community plan. So there were an initial set of community conversations that were led by Kenny Gillespie's team back at the early part of the summer last year. There was a community survey undertaken and so on, and that was very much the start of work on the community empowerment agenda. It was following that we introduced the community conversations on the SPR. And so we worked very closely with Kenny's team, with Robert's team, to pull together the various inputs that were made through the SPR conversations. There is follow-up work that is taking place on the new Falkirk plan. There's a further round of community conversations that has been started in recent weeks, and that will further progress that work on the community plan. When it comes to taking forward the consultation we're suggesting here, we will keep contact with that work, flag up the potential that we may look in depth at some of the issues relating to property, particularly where it relates to substantive changes for any community. And the assessment framework that is referred to in section 4.4 of this report would be the basis for us prioritising where we focus that discussion. So that would be looking at the age condition, the demographics, the carbon emissions, curriculum issues, that kind of thing, as a basis to say there's an area that is patently in need of focusing on and looking in more depth at what its needs are, and to commence that discussion about how to go about it, to identify the options, to look towards a potential investment and build up a case. So going back to Councillor McCluckey's input earlier, that would be a way of focusing that discussion and coming up with options, considering sites if that were necessary. So I think that we can arrange that in quite a structured way, but it's certainly something we would want members to be cited on and clear as to the inputs that we're seeking from their communities.
With your indulgence, Provost, just one last question. Has anyone below the age of 25 attended community?
Maybe Craig, would you?
Yeah, Provost, I can confirm we did in some of the wards have representation from the schools, school captains, and there was some very good input from the younger generation in some of the areas. It wasn't comprehensive, but certainly where we had it, it was very interesting.
Councillor Murtagh has just pointed out she was there, so she qualifies.
Okay.
Thanks to everyone for their contributions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have got a number of members still to speak. Councillor Goldie, Blackwood, Colley and Binney. So Councillor Goldie, I know you've been waiting some time. Thank you, Councillor Goldie. Councillor Goldie there? If he's not there, we'll move on to Councillor Blackwood.
Now, Provost, I know you were quick to do that. I apologise
Right.
for not getting on there.
Okay, Councillor Goldie.
Whilst it's been a well handled meeting, the meeting in general has been done very well received. It could be best described as all kale het up. But I would like to ask a question. But one thing I would like to say, Provost, any member inferring that another member may be being untruthful isn't helpful, and I would just ask members not to do that. Now, could I ask the question, which is what I set out to do, Provost?
Carry on.
Right, thanks for that, Provost. I wonder if Douglas Duff, when I was a convener of economic development and bringing in the LDP2, we spoke at great length about the problems at Roughmute, especially with traffic and access and egress to it. And I'd also notice here when it says, sorry, Provost, I'm on page 60 and then going to 60, 62, I think, or 61. It does say in this plan, in the preliminary notes, note, timescales below are indicative based on a short timescale, 0 to 2 years, medium 3 to 5, and long 5+. Now, there's a real major problem, as you will know, Provost, at Roughmute with traffic. I think it's the same at Kinneil Cairns, but I do believe that Roughmute is probably the worst. There is nothing worse than queuing up for 3 hours with stuff in your car, and I'm not overstating 3 hours, and then kept being sent up, or the police coming in and saying you can't get into Roughmute, you need to move your traffic. When does Douglas think he will put forward the plan that was there to to improve the access and the egress at Roughmute, because there is a very real danger, and I'm not overstating it, there's a very real danger of people being severely injured in there. Thanks, Provost.
No, thank you for that point. Douglas, would you like to come in that one?
Thanks, Provost, and thanks, Councillor Goldie, for the question. It is something that we're keen to attend to, and we have made submissions through the capital programme for investment at both Roughmute and Kineo, and in some instances that we've been able to get some support for that, but given the pressure on the capital programme, not possible to get all the support to attend to the likes of the access roads, that kind of thing. In some instances, we have been able to use funding from within the service to meet the property needs to just upgrade some of the facilities. We recently introduced an improvement to the weighbridge, for an example. So we have got plans to upgrade and work that through, and it will be subject to the capital funding available.
Thanks for that.
Okay, thank you. It's Councillor Blackwood next, but before he goes, could I just say at this point, I would like to say at this stage that they do a wonderful job, the staff down at Roughmute, under extenuating circumstances. I've said it before and I'll say it again, they do a wonderful job. Councillor Blackwood.
Thanks, Provost. It's a point Councillor Alexander made with reference to Labour only delay. And I'm afraid I've got to say that during our own administration, the SNP were the masters of delay. And it resulted in one of the reasons for changing the committee system to the current executive system to speed up the business process. So, you know, it's calling kettle black.
Okay. Point taken. Councillor Colley, then Councillor Binney. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost. I'm going to try and keep relatively brief, and I'm sorry if this comes across as a bit crabbit, but it's been quite a long discussion. I think it's clear that underinvestment goes back decades. These are facts. Our buildings are in a poor state of repair. Many of them are not accessible to people with disabilities, and nor do they meet climate change targets. These are also facts. I suppose the question is what we're going to do about it. Councillor Kerr made a really good point about our communities being apprehensive. And I have to say, I can't say I blame them. When councillors scaremonger and saying that facilities are at risk without actually having facts in front of them. And I'm going to say, let he who is without sin cast the first stone, because I'm sure that we've all done it at some point. So I think this is a lesson for all of us. There's no wonder fear and inaction are the results. We do our communities no service by behaving like this. We have a clear plan in front of us. We need full consultation with our communities, and I agree completely with everyone who's been talking about consultation and making it as clear as possible, with the facts in front of our communities and looking at full business cases for developments. I think it's a case we need to all be leaders and get on with the proposals and consultation and give our communities options. I think I want to finish by saying I agree fully with Councillor Reid about collaboration and often not being far apart. I think I see that Councillor Bissett said the amendments weren't ready for the group leaders meeting, so fair dues. But I think that this is maybe a lesson for all of us to try and have these discussions in advance of actually the conversations that we have in this chamber are about constructive conversations rather than point scoring, because I think we would do our communities much more of a service, because we all want the best for our communities. We all want the best facilities in the communities. Not one of us wants to close a thing in our communities, but actually we need to look at what the best options are available and what the council can take forward. And I think that I hope that moving forward we can actually do that.
Thank you for your input. Councillor Binney, followed by Councillor Aitchison. Councillor Binney.
Thanks very much, Provost. First of all, I want to say thank you to Douglas Duff for his report, the Strategic Property Review Next Steps. And it is about next steps, as a matter of fact. No, it's not about the present, it is about moving forward, and we have to move forward. Personally, I don't want to halt making progress with this Strategic Property Review. And with Council of the Future, we talk about reducing bureaucratic processes and red tape. Are we doing that at the moment? I think with the Labour amendment, but to me, it says to me that's adding to that, and I'm not too sure if that's actually good for our communities. When you think about the communities, they have waited very long. This strategic property review started in 2016. That was 5 years ago. That was a long time ago. At the time that a child is born to the child that a child goes to school, that length of time. We must see investment in our council area. At the moment with the pandemic, I would say this is the best time to do it, because at the moment, people in our communities are not actually using buildings as much. You know, they've lost their confidence a little bit. As Councillor Kerr says, they're apprehensive about going out. We need to look at our buildings as a whole. Do we really need them all? You know, the world is changing. We won't be using buildings as much. You know, our habits are changing. We're going to be adapting. And I would just like to point out as well, if we don't act quickly on this, if we don't move forward on this, I'll give you an example. Everybody's heard about Hall Glen Sports Centre. That's a perfect example of council and Falkirk Community Trust not investing in our communities. And when it actually closed the building, it was run down. But it was also very popular for the communities. The communities wanted that. And it really was, at the time it actually closed down, it was even £700,000 worth of repairs. And that didn't happen just with the SNP administration. That happened over a period of 10 years. So if we don't make decisive decisions today, what's going to happen with our buildings? They're going to further deteriorate and they're going to further cost money. And who's going to pay for that? That's going to be our council taxpayers. That's going to be our taxpayers. So we really need to act quickly on that. And that's just really the points I want to make. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your input, Councillor Binney. We'll now call on Councillor Aitchison, followed by Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Provost. I can understand why Lorna's saying people haven't been using buildings. Most of them have been shut for the last year, so it'd be difficult to access them. But I also quite agree a lot with what Fiona Colley has just said. For community conversations, we need to go in deeper conversations. The public need to know the facts. There's no point in going and having community conversations when the community wants one thing and officers or administration are offering something else. Facts need to be on the table to go to the communities to discuss them. It's never going to get anywhere if these facts aren't put forward, and that's the only way it's going to allay fears within the communities. We've already had a lot of uneasiness within Bowness regarding schools, regarding the sports centres. We didn't want half-hearted facilities here. I noticed in the paper there's a upgrade and remodelling of Grangewood Sports Complex once again. What's Bowness getting? Probably shut down, I would imagine. Absolutely nothing. You know, we need to start looking and listening to what the communities want, and that's what we need to do to take the strategic property review forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your input, Councillor Aitchison. We'll now go to Councillor Nimmo. Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Thanks, Provost. I've just unmuted there. I will be quick because I know this debate's been going on for quite a while. I have to say I'm a bit disappointed in some of the content in this report. The council's currently got 297 properties, and it's taking us 6 years, 5 or 6 years, to identify 30 properties that we're going to be able to dispose of. We're left with 267. Now, according to Mr. Duff, this project is going to run for possibly another 5 years. So it's not going to come to fruition overnight. There's going to be further implications regarding this project in the years to come as well. Now, I just don't think it's going to be happening quick enough. We need to get results from the SPR, and I believe in the principle of the SPR and what it is trying to do. It's just not happening quick enough in my book, Provost. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we've had a very good and lengthy debate on this issue. Before we go to the conclusion, is there anybody else who'd like to come in? No? Can you see anybody, Brian? Okay, we'll go back then to the leader for Councillor Meikle-John.
Thank you, Provost. I'll try and keep this fairly brief and succinct, but just to address some of the points that have been raised and some of the misinformation that's been put out today. Talking about potential closures of building as the reason for cuts. That's not the reason for the cuts. The potential closures of building is because they're reaching the end of life and they're not energy efficient. And they've not all of a sudden happened, you know, in the last 4 years, as my colleague has said. Even if they had been invested in, chances are they would have still have been significant in our carbon emissions. And when we've got we're emitting something like 18 tonnes of carbon from our buildings, that's something that we do have to address. So I think it is a bit disingenuous, I'll use that word again, to say that that is the reason for the cuts. There's more than that reason for savings that need to be made. It's savings and saving the planet. So there has to be a balance there. As a council, we are somewhat behind the curve on rationalisation. Many other councils have already been through this process. It is a painful process and nobody likes seeing changes within the community. It's hard, particularly if it's a building that you've always been used to using and having. And that's why we need to actually balance any buildings that we do rationalise and close with investment. And again, the proposals that are coming forward, well, you may well see them as being open and transparent, will actually delay that investment being actually seen out in our communities. And there's a real demand for that right now, because they recognise that some of these buildings aren't in the greatest condition. And I think COVID really has helped to focus on that. So again, you know, that has to be taken into account when people are looking to finally take a vote on this. Corporate landlord, we did agree the corporate landlord scheme about 18 months or maybe longer ago. I kind of lose track with COVID, but now we have the worked up scheme to support that corporate landlord model, and that's the difference. So we are signed up to it. It was just actually getting that scheme in there so we can use it. Again, having a kick at the SNP is what it always just feels like, and I know how my colleagues feel on that. That, you know, we are working hard for our communities just like everybody else is, and we try and not kick other parties, but you know, there comes a point where we get weary of being the ones that are continually kicked, and in a way that is totally untrue, and in the way that others prefer to rewrite history as it suits them, and not use the facts. The nature of the discussions today hasn't really been constructive in moving this forward, and you know, we've just heard from Councillor Nimmo about the time it's taking, and I share his frustration, but I also appreciate we need to only go as around our learning and community estate as fast as our communities and those involved in that are able to go. And that is where the community consultation has to take place in order for people to feel comfortable and the projects worked up. We're not in the business of doing unto communities. We want to work with them, and that's where we have changed the nature of over the last couple of years of our relationship with our communities, and we need to build on that. And we also see that capacity building is critical within our communities. Because if they do have a willingness to take on and run and deliver services and facilities for themselves, which they can do much better than we can, then we shouldn't be stopping them do that, but we should be helping to work with them, build them up, create that capacity and give them the skills to be able to do that. And that's exactly what our communities work stream is all about. So we need to stop looking at the SPR in isolation. It has a huge impact on all of the other areas of transformation. And as I said in my opening statement, decisions around this today will have an impact on the other areas of transformation and actually being able to deliver on those. And that's what we need to be very careful about. Collaboration, I have no difficulty with collaboration. In fact, I've gone out of my way to make sure that there's as much information shared as widely as possible with elected members. But collaboration goes both ways, and that my door is always open. And had we had an opportunity to discuss this amendment beforehand, even first thing this morning, then we may well have been able to have a consensus to where we could have actually agreed something. But at the moment, it just feels as if, you know, it's not about transparency, it's more about delay, and that delay will have a knock-on effect. It will have a knock-on effect to communities, it will have a knock-on effect to investment, it will have a knock-on delivering on our budget and indeed our medium-term financial plan. And I would ask that members reflect on that as we move to the vote. But thank you very much, Provost.
Thank you very much. And now an opportunity to vote, and we'll go to Mr. Moody. Thank you, Mr. Moody.
Yes, thank you, Provost. The motion consists of the recommendations at paragraph 2 of the report, with the addition of the additional paragraph added by Councillor Kerr, which was accepted by Councillor Meiklejohn, and that motion is seconded by Councillor Garner. Against which we have an amendment moved by Councillor Bissett and seconded by Councillor Coombs, which also in addition accepted the proposal from Councillor Kerr, so there's no dispute on that particular issue. Provost Buchanan.
Amendment.
Deputy Provost Ritchie.
The motion.
Councillor Aitchison.
Amendment.
Councillor Alexander.
Motion.
Councillor Balfour.
The motion.
Councillor Binney.
Motion.
Councillor Bissett.
Amendment.
Councillor Black.
Amendment.
Councillor Blackwood.
Amendment.
Councillor Bowes.
Motion.
Councillor Coleman.
Motion.
Councillor Colley.
Motion.
Councillor Coombs.
The amendment.
Councillor Flynn.
The motion.
Councillor Garner.
Motion.
Councillor Goldie.
Just wanting to see if you were watching there, Colin. Amendment, please.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
The motion.
Councillor Harris.
The motion.
Councillor Hughes.
The motion.
Councillor Kerr.
Motion.
Councillor McHugh.
For the motion.
Councillor McCluckie.
Amendment.
Councillor Meiklejohn.
For the motion.
Councillor Monroe.
For the motion.
Councillor Murtagh.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
For the motion.
Councillor Nimmo.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
The amendment.
And Councillor Spears.
For the motion.
Provost, there were 19 votes for the motion, there were 10 votes for the amendment, and the motion is carried.
Thank you. Now an opportunity before we go into the last item to have a 5-minute comfort break. Thank you very much, everybody.
Bar.
Councillor Flynn? Can you hear me? You're mute.
There we go. Right.
Just to let you know that I've got that photograph put in your office.
And have you taken the other one, Billy?
No, because I let the caretaker do it and I didn't give him that
Aye.
instruction.
It's just sitting on the desk, so there's nothing else in the office except your, in my desk, except your original one, Billy.
Well, that's it in their office for you.
Right, thanks very much. I'll be up in the next day or two. Thanks, Billy.
No problem.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Appreciated.
Yeah.
Sorry, Provost, could have done with 10 minutes.
You're fine. We'll give everybody another couple of minutes. Okay, thank you for that. We'll reconvene the meeting. The last item on the agenda, very important report as well, is the Falkirk Integration Joint Board report. And the report will be by Patricia Cassidy, who will do the summary. Thank you very much, Patricia.
Thank you, Provost. The report you see in front of you presents 3 reports that were considered by Falkirk Integration Joint Board at its meeting on the 19th of March. The IGB is responsible for overseeing the strategic planning, the management and delivery of all relevant functions within the scope of health and social care integration. And this involves a number of delegated functions and services by Falkirk Council and NHS Forth Valley. And these services are delivered through Falkirk Health and Social Care Partnership. So there are 3 reports appended to the board paper. There's the paper on the future model of care at home provision, a proposed model of older people's day services, and a progress report on Falkirk Alcohol and Drug Partnership. The IGB approved these recommendations contained in each report, and they're submitted today to the Council for information. I'm going to hand over to Martin Tom, the Head of Integration, who will talk you through and summarise these reports, and then we'll both happily take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin.
Thanks, Patricia. Thanks, Provost. The home care report that was taken to the IGB kind of starts on page 137. And really that report just highlights the current position for the model of the in-house home care provision and some of the challenges that we currently face given the existing model. And the paper that went to the IGB recommended shifting from what is at the minute a very mixed model of home care provision to one that focuses on 3 key areas. And those areas are RABE home care, urgent response home care, and an element of maintenance home care provision. And there is a real need for these. Reablement home care maintains people's independence as long as possible. It works with people to actually get them to a level that they can function as best to their ability and actually ensures that they remain integrated within their local communities. The urgent response home care is a really new initiative and it will be new in Falkirk, and really that's aimed to meet urgent need for home care. At the moment where people have really critical complex needs, our only real choices are to put them into a residential facility for a short break or they get admitted to hospital. The development of this aspect of the home care service will enable us to put home carers into people's homes really quickly, so at the immediate point of crisis when they need care. And that will be a real shift for us, and actually it should also support the other models that the IGB have developed in terms of hospital at home, our new plans around intermediate care, and it will support some of the developments across the NHS in terms of hospital at home, because our home care staff should be able to respond much quicker. The other element is, I guess, the maintenance element, and we have that recognition that not all care can be provided by the private sector, and actually the council needs to retain some care at home provision for those cases that are really hard to place, either due to the service users' behavioural issues or due to the geography, where we have real trouble getting an external provider to go to. If there's, for example, one care package in a small village, external providers are a bit reluctant to pick that up. So we recognise we need to keep an element of maintenance provision. The benefits for the workforce, I have to say, are that we will be able to train the workforce within those 3 areas. We'll be able to build career progression opportunities with them, and we'll be able to more align them to some of the locality team developments, which really enables us to upskill the workforce and provide them much greater opportunity. That in turn will hopefully enable us to address some of the recruitment challenges that we have, and particularly within our home care service, where we really struggle to fill vacant posts. And I guess that struggle to fill vacant posts has led to the current position in terms of the level of care that's outsourced to the private market. In terms of the private market, the new model should give them some stability around the work that's coming their way, which should enable them to recruit more effectively. And they should also be able to link in with us around any training needs for their workforce, so that we can ensure that the care at home sector across the whole of Falkirk is fit for purpose and fit for the future. The second paper that Patricia mentioned was the day services review. That was really a review of the model for older people's day services. The paper highlights that in Falkirk we have very traditional day services for older people. They tend to be buildings-based services, and if anything, COVID has taught us that actually, we aren't currently living in an environment which really supports day services being delivered from a building. And also, I guess, we have significant changes in terms of expectations of our communities, and people really want to live as full lives as possible. And there's no reason that people should be, when they're older and require some day support, they should be taken from their own homes out with their communities and put in a building, unless that's absolutely necessary. However, at the minute, we don't have the market to offer people really individualised day service opportunities on a wide scale. So the recommendation really was that we shift from that big buildings-based model, or that only buildings-based model, to a model that kind of mirrors what our offer is going to be for care at home services. We'll offer enablement-based day services, and that will support people to regain their independence as much as possible, whether that's taking them out and teaching them or reteaching them skills for independent living within some other resource, we're actually taking them out to the shops and things to get them back into the way of going out and engaging within communities. The other element will be the development of an inclusion and independence programme. Now that's really where we link in very much with the voluntary sector, with the community services that we've seen spring up throughout COVID, and look to develop a real community-based offer that meets people's needs, helps them fulfil their wishes and their ambitions, and ties them into things that are really important to them. When I was writing the paper and looking at the model, I did think about calling it the Older People's Inclusion and Independence Programme, but we really hope it's much more than that. We hope that people can engage as volunteers much younger, and they can support people and begin to develop a real community-based response that promotes inclusion and independence for a much wider range of people, and that actually people get some real value out of that. We have recognised that we will always need to keep an element of buildings-based day services, and that will be more the maintenance services where people actually need to go into a building because of their care needs, to give their carers a break, or to give them some form of social interaction. So we will always keep an element of what we currently provide, but we are expanding it to a much more inclusive offer for people. The third report was really an update on the work of the ADP, and I guess the bits that we'd pull out in that report are really the bit that starts at page 182 in the papers, which is the delivery plan for the Alcohol and Drugs Partnership. And from page 189 onwards, it really gives you a breakdown of some of the critical work that the partnership's involved with, but actually also some of the work and the progress that they've made to date, despite operating within a pandemic. I should probably say that these are three very large agenda items, and I dare say we may get a lot of questions and a lot of interest around the three of these. So I guess my final comment would be, if members would find it helpful, I would be happy to run a workshop session on either or all of these issues to take a lot more questions, but actually give you a lot more detail around the proposals. Hopefully that helps as a background. Happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. I'll go to Councillor Meikle-John, or is it going to be Councillor Colley to make comment on the report? Councillor Colley.
Yeah, I'll try to be relatively brief because I know that there will be a lot of questions, and I think that's a really good offer from Martin about having a workshop. I'm pleased as ever to welcome the IGB report. There's been a great deal of work undertaken to help develop the services. We'll need to respond to current demands and transform to be fit for the future. I want to put on record my thanks to everyone involved in this work led by Martin. It's a remarkable amount of work carried out alongside the huge demands of COVID, so thank you very much. I welcome the completion of the review and plans to develop a home care service to meet demographic changes and demand on the service as we continue to develop our services to ensure that more people can live at home for as long as possible. And that's what most people want, to deliver end-of-life support at home and to support speedy and successful discharge from hospital. Our home care service and the mix with our external providers needs to be developed in a way that meets these challenges, and I believe this model does. I welcome the work on developing a model for older people's day services, one that focuses on the breadth of support across our communities, not just building based, but linking older people with activities, friendship and social connections in their own communities. Most of us will know examples in our own communities, things that are already going on, local churches with friendship cafes, men's sheds and more. I think the pandemic has brought into sharp focus loneliness and social isolation, something many of us have had to face and which can often be the day-to-day reality for older people. Connecting people is vital to reducing isolation and retaining a formal reablement day services to support individuals to retain independence alongside independence clinics and specialist building-based day services to provide that intensive support and support for carers. Worth saying, carers who are often older themselves, I think it's very important that development as well. Finally and importantly, the report outlines a progress report on Falkirk ADP. This acknowledges the transfer of the function into the HSEP. It doesn't mean it's solely a matter for the HSCP. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. The ADP is a wild partnership of our NHS, Council and other community planning partners, and this remains the case. To make progress we want, it'll take all our partners and our communities. It's without doubt that we continue to face challenges in reducing the terrible impact of drugs and alcohol to individuals and their families. Targeted distribution of naloxone and immediate responses to non-fatal overdoses, including reaching out to people most at risk, will be critical, and I welcome the actions outlined building on expanded work, including increased distribution of naloxone. However, treatment, including supporting individuals with practical support, peer support, rehabilitation, and ensuring that other services can support early referral for treatment and support, for example, our housing staff, are vital in taking all opportunities to help people with drug and alcohol addictions and their families at the earliest opportunity. So anyway, I'm sure members will have many questions across the report, so I'll say no more. But again, just to acknowledge my thanks and appreciation to Patricia and our team and our health and social care staff across the Falkirk district.
Thank you for your input. Now go to Councillor Alison Black. Alison.
Thanks, Provost. I've just really got a few points to make. With regards to the older people's day services review, the community support that we developed during the first lockdown was really outstanding, and we all recognise that. However, it will never take the place of face-to-face contact. An older person that I know just said recently that all she wanted to see was a human face, face-to-face. Going forward, some of the long-term community supports that we have had for a very long time in the community, those lunch clubs, etc., they're mainly run by older volunteers for whom lockdown has taken its own toll. But I'm glad to see in the report that the report does take cognizance of that. And we don't know what the capacity will be in our communities, and we don't know the extra costs that will be involved to make the groups that currently exist viable and to establish new ones. And I think most importantly, older people, do want to meet their peers. Like everybody else, we all want to meet our peers and meet with them face to face. So where possible, I think that we should be trying to work that out in the future. But do we have the funding available to take into account the extra costs of COVID, for example, transport, social distancing, etc., and the extra hygiene measures? And with regards to the ADP, the annual report, at 13, I think it's 13.7, it says that one male accessed residential rehab during the reporting period. And I was really surprised at that, so I asked for further information, and I was told that it's the clinician's choice to recommend residential rehab. But I think that going forward, it would be helpful for a wider discussion about the potential treatment options that are available, bearing in mind the high number of drug deaths that we have in this area. And I'll always think the harm reduction is one of the best possible ways to keep people safe and well until they might be able to go into recovery. And over the years since 2013, I have campaigned and lobbied at various times for a rehab facility in our area. But going forward, probably that rehab facility would be better to be a harm reduction facility. And I think that's just something we have to have a bigger conversation about. Councillor Bissett, since 2017, has been working again for the same thing. And it's 2 years since we all met in the Lesser Town Hall in Falkirk. It was 2 years in June. CGL and the recovery community are doing a fantastic job along with other stakeholders. However, bearing in mind the new extra money that the ADPs are receiving from the Scottish Government, I think there needs to be a more dialogue with all stakeholders as to how that money is best spent. And I think, again, the recovery community should have a strong voice in that. Thanks, Provost.
I've got a number, Councillor Reid and Councillor Harris and other ones, but before I go on to Councillor Reid, Patricia, would you like to maybe come back in on some of the points made by Councillor Black?
Thank you. Councillor Black raises some really important points, and I know that myself and just had some quite detailed discussions with Martin, but it's certainly within our plans, the issues that Councillor Black has raised, and we're very mindful of the need for harm reduction and also the issues that Councillor Black has raised around access to rehabilitation. So those are at the forefront of our minds. Thank you.
Thank you, for that response. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Provost. I wanted to say, first of all, I think this is one of the finest reports ever to come before Council. It's very concise. Every single paragraph is pertinent. There's no use of jargon. It's a good example, possibly to others. Most of the manifestos at this year's election pointed towards a national care system. And I think that should be the, well, once the recovery's been dealt with, should be the main policy of government. Scotland's already slightly ahead of the game with national personal care, and they want to keep that impetus up. I don't want to say much more because I look forward to almost an all-day session discussing this report. It's so full of goodness that I think it requires that. So I think the sooner we arrange such a meeting, the better. But thanks to all concerned in the report. It's very, very good.
Thanks for your input, Councillor Reid. Councillor Harris.
Thanks, Provost. First of all, just apologies from James Kerr, Councillor Kerr, who's had to go to work. But yes, as Councillor Reid said, a very clear and concise report again. It's what we've come to expect from Patricia and her officers, and I thank you for that. I think on the new model for care at home provision, when you tie this in with the improvements and steps that have been taken in the last year in terms of reducing older people's admission to the acute care sector and also to the community hospital, allowing them to get treatment at home, it is all a great step forward, and it's happened in such a short time, and really I think the IGB and the officers have done some sterling work here in not only improving the care of the older people, but also helping reduce the pressure on the acute services. I'll skip to the third thing on the drugs resilience. We mentioned the issue of residential rehab, and I know that there's a big push nationally to improve our appalling record on drug deaths. We've a bit of a record in the last few years of not using the drug residential rehabilitation services that are available, and certainly, as Alison said, there's possibly a need to look for that sort of facility closer to home for residents of central Scotland. I have a question around the daycare services. I know that during the lockdown, our day services, building-based, were closed down because of distance restrictions and everything else. And whilst I can see the benefit to a non-building based daycare services, one of the things that it does do, of course, is in terms of provision of services numbers, is there a great increase in a staff requirement for that non-based day service? Can I ask a question either of Patricia or Martin?
Patricia?
Yeah, perhaps I could come in first, and Martin may want to add to that. The model that we envisage is similar to the model that we developed for younger adults with learning disability, and that's a range of commissioned services using third sector and others. Also, as Councillor Black mentioned, there's a range of existing lunch clubs. Maybe they would be able to help extend that, or some of the activities that go on by other church organisations, bowling clubs, etc. And then there will be very individualised need. But it's very much about, you know, just because you're over 75, it doesn't mean you want to sit in a room doing flower arranging. For example, it's having as inclusive and diverse opportunities for older citizens to engage in within buildings, but not necessarily within a more institutionalised, that's the only thing we offer, you go to that building or you don't get anything else. So it's very much about commissioning a range of different services. And that's really the model. We have to have the model approved before we can go ahead. But the model for the learning disability has been so successful in using dates and mates and other third sector organisations, neighbourhood networks, as well as accessing the Leisure Trust and a range of other leisure activities across the area and out with the area. So it's that model that has been successful, and it's that type of approach. But we will need to engage in the same way as we engaged with that group of individuals to find out what it is that older people want and provide a range of different opportunities, not solely ourselves, but commissioning and making the links with other organisations to provide that range of activities. I don't know, Martin, if you've got anything to add.
I think just, I guess, one of the real positives of doing the work around both home care and day services was we were quite fortunate that there were no significant savings attached to either of them. So it is about taking what we've got and working with the staff and the workforce differently. And there's no budget savings attached. So it's about, I guess for me, it's about being much more creative in what we do with the money we do have and the staff that we do have, and getting them to work very differently, both in terms of care at home and our day services. So hopefully the offer will give people much more choice, but actually at no extra cost to us. It's just about using our services more efficiently and more effectively to meet people's needs. And I guess having the ability to look at the model in that space without savings has been really helpful in terms of shape. Hopefully that gives you some reassurance about the budget.
It certainly does. It's a very encouraging response, and thank you again for the report. And I look forward to the offer that you've made of the opportunity to have a wider ranging discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris, for your input. I believe Councillor Spears had his hand up. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. I'd just like to praise a lot of the work that has went on, especially with senior citizens. I know here in Grangemouth, the Kirstbank Community Project has been delivering ready meals to a lot of them. And sometimes they've been the only contact we've seen. And I know the Royal British Legion has delivered these meals in Grangemouth. And they're hoping to open up their afternoon bingo and try and get senior citizens get them back into the community, obviously safely distanced and under current regulation. But I think we should send a big thanks from this council out to all the organisations throughout the district that have helped, especially during the pandemic. But my main question is, can we still not have drug rehabilitation mobile units that go about trying to help people that are subject to substance abuse?
Patricia.
I'll let Martin answer that. He's more detailed than I have. Thanks.
Okay, Martin.
Thanks. Councillor Black spoke about CGL, and they have been really proactive in terms of harm reduction. But some of the recent money that we've gotten from government, we've actually targeted towards establishing a multidisciplinary team that will comprise of addiction nurses, social work, the voluntary sector and a prescriber. And the plan is that we create a mobile hub that will travel across Falkirk and provide, I guess, care, support and treatment to people that really need it. I guess picking up on the point of residential rehab, our ambition would be that that multi-agency team then works with people to get them to a point where they're ready for any residential rehab. And that team then makes the decision on a kind of multidisciplinary basis, rather than at the moment it's a consultant-led basis. And one of the challenges we have, I guess, is getting people ready to go into residential rehab. We don't have that multi-agency team at the moment. We rely on a number of sources to provide an intervention. So our aim really would be that this team becomes the real specialist centre. It will travel across the borough and it will provide support to people that need it, get them to a point where they need residential rehab, or actually hopefully they don't need any support from us at all, because we've worked with housing colleagues and whatever to provide the support that they need to deal with any addiction issues. But I'm hoping that the government money, we can really build a strong model around that, and I would plan to bring that initially to the IGB, a paper outlining what that model will be, but then happy to share it with council colleagues and the wider partnership. I guess one of the points I should have made when I was doing my introduction to the papers is you may have noticed that the delivery plan isn't RAG rated yet, and we're working on that just now because a number of areas have been developed, and my plan would be to present the updated report to the next community planning partnership, and then I'd be happy to circulate that around council members if that would be helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Spears?
What I could pick up, it's good that we're going to progress on the matter, especially with drug rehabilitation. It is an illness, something we need to accept.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else? This report's only for noting.
Provost, I would like to come in if you don't mind.
Councillor Goldie, then Councillor McLuckie.
Fine, thanks, Provost. Since I was appointed the older people's champion, I've been getting to grips with this particular subject as best I can. And first of all, as I say, I would really like to join others in thanking Patricia and her team for the work that they're doing. There are a great many problems that are medical nature, and there's very little I'll be able to do or the council will be able to do with that. Thankfully, they are in the hands of the medical professionals. But there are things that we can look at, and one of the things that's in and around the budget at the minute, having spoken to housing people, is the older people's connectivity. We think about people who have got are ambulatory and elderly people who are different things that need medical treatment. But one of the big problems that the elderly community face is loneliness. No more so than through this last period with the COVID situation. And we've seen a situation where elderly people couldn't get to see their relatives, people dying in hospitals, and they couldn't get out to see them, they couldn't get in touch. And that's the thing I would really like to look at, and that would be providing the elderly citizens with a device that would allow them to go on the internet. That would give them face-to-face. You could get a face-to-face appointment with your doctor, you could talk to your friends, you could order your shopping, and that would at least give them contact every day. And when I think the one place that I'm thinking about at the minute is the high flats. And I know sometimes people think I'm going about it, but there are high flats in Camlin too. So I'm talking about all the high flats and trying to get in there. If we could get some form, we've got the MEX, if it could be connected to MEX, we could probably get some form of IT in there for the people who need it. It would be costed. That's fair enough. But that is the thing that I'm looking at the minute is IT into the high flats. As I say, to take away the fact that all the problems that they have, people who just don't go out, people who might not even see a relative or a friend. It's just they've lived to such an age. And I'll leave it on this statement, Provost. I've got an old friend who was a family doctor, and I was speaking to him the other day about this very problem, and he said to me, Dennis, we've all got an incurable disease. And I said, what is that, doctor? He says, growing old. So on that note, I would leave it. But the main thing is we have, and by the way, you can talk about budgets all you like today. You can talk about them all next week. But to resolve the problem of our older citizens is going to cost a hang of a lot of money. But that shouldn't deter us for going and doing it, Provost. Thanks very much.
A very valid point. I'll go back to Patricia. Patricia, you've heard Councillor Goldie. Sounds a very sensible option if it could be feasible.
We're currently just about to go out to recruit to have a member of staff to lead our digital strategy, which will align with the council's digital strategy. So I'll pick that up with colleagues. As you know, we've been very successful in our transfer of our MEC service from an analogue signal to digital and have been recognised for that with the council, the first council in Scotland to get the top level of award in that regard. So a great platform for us to build and extend our thinking and also our capability for giving that access, as Councillor Goldie describes. So I'll happily take that away. Thank you.
That's very positive. Councillor McCluckie, I believe you wanted in.
Aye, thanks, Provost, for allowing me into this important debate. I also share the great work done in the paper, but I do wonder about a couple of things. We call it drugs and alcohol partnership, and obviously that's to the addictions, and it affects obviously major mental health issues. Also, these addictions affect the family and those around them. They hurt more the people they love rather than other people. But we didn't mention the other addiction, which is alcohol. Not alcohol, gambling. Now, I just wonder why we've not got an addiction service. The three groups, Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, Gambling Anonymous, use the same programme, the same work, and that affects the same well-being that eventually leads you to depression, anger, all about self and neglect your family. And as I say, is end up looking at not want to be here and look at obviously suicide and other issues. So they're major issues and they're mere pre-element because people are affected with COVID and other things. But most of the people in these groups are also in the other groups, because if you deal with an addiction, obviously a compulsive disorder, you can cure yourself for one or think you've not got a problem with another, but when you go into one, you'll turn to the other, and it's only one drink, then you end up, go down that road or different other things. So these are all connected, they're all important things, and I just didn't see where we're coming from to deal with the three addictions. It's easy to see somebody that's drunk has got an alcohol problem. It's easy to see sometimes somebody who's suffered from a drug problem. You can't see somebody who's the problem is gambling, but it can actually be worse than the other two addictions. And as I say, so I just wonder how we address that in balance, because as we do appreciate mental health, we have got to try to target the vulnerable people, and there's people out there suffering that we need to be able to help. As I say, is people, and the other thing is what Alison said earlier, you sometimes can't tell with people how they're keeping. I can, as I say, and I'm, one of the things now is I don't hide behind things. I can go many days where I didn't go to bed till 4 o'clock because of depression and that. And my family try to encourage me to go out, and they couldn't get me out the door. And yet the following day, I'm willing to converse and that, and do other things. And I sit many hours doing my inquiries. So it's hard to tell you, and describe what mental health issues can do to you. I've got, for the first time in my life, gratitude for my job and my family and things that I didn't appreciate earlier on. And you learn for the first time to go to love rather than hate and anger and resentment and all these things, and accept that you can't change your past. You can only change and look forward to your future. So these are the issues, and all I'm saying is, as officers, is we need to look at that sometime in the future, and that's what I'm saying about that process.
Thanks very much, Councillor McCluckie. We know how sensitive these issues are for yourself. Patricia, would you like to make any comment on what Councillor McCluckie or Martin?
I think Martin may wish to come in.
Martin? And then Councillor Binney.
I do think you're right. There is a need to do something. The alcohol and drug partnerships were really established to do that contract monitoring of drug and alcohol treatment services. So gambling and other addictions don't fall within their remit. But it may be something worthwhile having a discussion at community planning partnership or something. If we can get evidence to support that actually there is a need for those services. I guess in terms of the health and social care partnership, I mean, one of our real aims is to look at the overall well-being of the community. So if there is information that can be provided to us around the need and the demand for those kind of supports, then I'm sure we could look into that. But I would think that community planning partnership is probably the first point to go to for that. The ADP, as I said, is tied to, I guess, a legal framework in terms of what it can deal with. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Binney?
Yes, I want to come in. I have to agree with Councillor Goldie and everything he said. In my ward, I've got 13 high-rise flats, and in these high-rise flats, you've got community rooms and things like that, and there's a lot of older people in them. And I think we can all agree the best thing for living a long time, not so much your diets, not so much your exercise, what it is, your social engagement, is your networks and your interests and things like that. And as we know, in the last year, as a matter of fact, a lot of these older people have not had connections. They've been alone in the high-rise flats. And the type of building it is, and because they've not been able to use the community rooms, so that they've been not allowed to speak to their neighbours and their friends and things like that. So as a matter of fact, last week it was, a lady asked me to visit the high-rise house in Wickhere. So I was to go at the fish van, and we stand at a distance as a matter and speak to some of the ladies, and they're all very, very lonely. What they're saying is only once a week, the only time they got a chance to speak to each other is when they went down to the fish van. So I really appreciate at the moment we've got restrictions and things like that, and these rooms are closed, but I feel it's very important to get these rooms back open again with rules and regulations as per the Scottish Government guidelines, because we need to get their health and well-being back up again and establish these connections with their friends and neighbours and allow them to have interests and things like that in these rooms. I think they're very, very important. So I just really wanted to make that point, really, how important it is that people, it's not, digital connectivity is very good, I must admit, but actually seeing somebody, you know that yourself, and you're sitting in the house, and I get a visit from my son's, things like that. I feel a lot better. It's actually seeing people and feeling people. That is what's really, really good for people. And digital connectivity helps them certainly with their business, their life, but seeing people is very important.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I think we've had a very good debate. Unless somebody else wants to come in at the last minute, will we agree the report?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank for that, and thank everybody for their contribution. Everybody has showed great respect for one another today, which is fine. Our next meeting will be the last meeting of the session, which will be on the 23rd of June. And until then, keep safe. Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, Provost.
Thank you.
Thank you, Provost.
Thank you.
Thanks, Provost.
Thank you.